And are we waiting for the attorney? Cecilia?
All the city council members are present. We don't have Madam City Attorney present just yet. But it is 5:02, Mayor.
Yes, we should start the meeting. So we're gonna start our meeting. It's 5:02, and we are gonna start our meeting.
Recording in progress.
We're gonna start by welcoming our friend Camilla, who's gonna lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Mayor, if I may interrupt you for a second and ask for roll call real quick.
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sylvia. Can you do the roll call for us?
Yes. Councilmember Giudice,
Present.
Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams,
Present.
Councilmember Saffer,
Here.
Vice Mayor Linares,
Here.
Mayor Alward,
Here.
everybody's present. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we will go to our friend Camilla. Hi, Camilla.
Hi.
Hi. Would you like to lead us to do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, baby.
Okay. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
allegiance to the flag
of the
of the
United States of America
and to the
and to
republic
the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
one nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and justice for all.
for all. Hoorah.
Thank you so much, Camilla.
You're welcome.
All right. So we will go to the proclamation that we have, the Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day. So, a proclamation of the mayor of the city of Rohnert proclaiming January 17, 2022 as Martin Luther King Day Jr. Whereas Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. supported nonviolence action to promote equal rights and economic justice worldwide. And whereas Dr. King's many notable speeches, sermons, and writings are among the most revered orations and writing in recent American history. And whereas the city acknowledged the civil rights movement in the United States of the 1960s, 1950s, which argued injustice are undermining Americans' claim as a society of peace and justice. And whereas Dr. King and many other civil rights leaders chose to organize their argument around the contrasting ideas that the United States was a leader in promoting democracy and rights, while denying those rights to many living in America. And whereas Dr. King delivered his orations during the St. Louis Freedom Rally on March 22nd, 1964, in which he called for people to be less concerned with economic, political, and social position and transform into beautiful symphony of brotherhood to end racism to this country. And whereas members of Rohnert Park community strive to achieve the many vision of Dr. King, who said, "We must learn to live together as brothers, or we will all perish together as fools." Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Jackie Elwood, as mayor of and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim January 17, 2022 as Martin Luther King Jr. Day in the city of Rohnert Park. I encourage all of you to join in recognizing the social and spiritual accomplishment of Dr. King and honor and commemorate his legacy and his fight for social justice. Duly and regularly proclaim on this 11th day of January 2022. Understand my emotion. This is bigger than it is. And we have our friend Tina Rohnert here with us to accept the proclamation. Tina, do you have something to say, my sister?
Yes, I want to say Happy New Year and Feliz Años to all of you. It's very good to see all of you, council members, Vice Mayor Linares, and Mayor. On behalf of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Birthday Celebration Committee of Sonoma County, I, Tina Rogers, accept and receive this proclamation. Mayor, you've stated everything that you could, for what we have to do for moving forward. And moving forward is voting rights for all, fairness for all, democracy, freedom, justice, and peace. So we'd like to say thank you, and please attend our virtual event that will be this Sunday, June 16th, via Zoom. And you can check out our Facebook page. It's MLK Committee, or if you just search Martin Luther King Jr. Birthday Celebration Sonoma County, it will come up. We have a fabulous program that we worked hard all year for. And of course, Mayor, we look forward to seeing you on the virtual program as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm turning to my colleague. Is there anybody that wish to make a comment? And we will start with Councilmember Adams.
Thank you. I appreciate the sharing the proclamation. I looked to see a quote by Martin Luther King that kind of came to my mind when I saw you were making this proclamation, and the one that popped right in my head was the one where he says, "A genuine leader is not a searcher for consensus, but a molder of consensus." And I urge us in that direction this coming year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Adams. And we have Councilmember Giudice.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And a quote that I keep with me, and I'm so honored to share this because I know the feeling on the council is the same way. As I think the greatest quote that Martin Luther King said was, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? And I know that's what I ask. What am I doing for my fellow Rohnert Park citizens on a daily basis? And I'm comforted to know that the mayor and my fellow council members ask themselves that exact same question every day. So thank you for including me in honoring Dr. King.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Stafford.
I just want to say, and this probably sounds a little funny, but Martin Luther King and I have actually same birthday in common. So his actual birthday is Saturday. So I always think of him automatically because we share the same day and all the wonderful things that he did. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Linares.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Tina, for being here. Thank you, Mayor, for making the proclamation. I just, every year during this time, we are reminded of the work that Dr. King did and the work that we have yet to do. And I'm proud that in the city we recognize that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Tina, thank you, along with the committee, for keeping Dr. King's legacy alive here in Sonoma County, and for the Black community and for everybody else. This is such a big deal. I am emotional just talking about it, and it's just how important it is for us to keep recognizing this here in Sonoma County. And I thank you and everybody else for really not giving up and continuing this legacy alive.
Thank you. Can I add 10 seconds on this? I want to say, it's very special for our program here in Sonoma County, all of us Sonoma Countyans, and me being a product from Rohnert Park, that this is our 41st year, and we're the longest running Martin Luther King Jr. birthday celebration west of the Mississippi. So, although I would love to be with all of you in person, I'm in Rincon Valley right now. So, I just want to say, great to see all of you guys, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you so much. So before heading to our department head briefing, I would like to recognize our staff. I would like to recognize our city manager is here, Adara Jenkins. We have our clerks, Chief Matos, and our attorney, Michelle Kenyon, and everybody else on our staff. So I am gonna turn to our city manager to guide us through the department head briefing.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. We wanted to introduce you to the newest Rohnert Park Public Safety Officers. And here to do that with us tonight is our Director of Public Safety, Tim Matos.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor Elward, members of the council, thank you for having us tonight. This is a big day for us. And so I'd like to start off by introducing you to Public Safety Officer Erin McCullough. She should be coming on. There she is.
Yes, sir.
So Erin was born and raised in Santa Rosa, California. She attended and graduated from Montgomery High School. After graduating high school, Erin attended the Santa Rosa Junior College, where she continued her education and participated in track and field. During that time, Erin did receive her EMT license. After leaving Santa Rosa College, Erin worked as an emergency medical technician in Sonoma County for 2 years. While continuing to work as an EMT, Erin applied for the position of public safety officer with our department. She was selected as a police recruit and began her academy training in July of 2021. Erin graduated the police academy on December 9th, 2021. And in her free time, she enjoys snowboarding, wakeboarding, and spending time with family and friends. Erin is currently assigned to the field training program as a police trainee. Supporting Erin in her journey are her parents, Daniel and Melinda McCullough. I present to you Erin McCullough.
It's me.
Next, I'd like to introduce you to Public Safety Officer Matthew Thomas. Matthew was born in Morgan Hill, California, and soon after moved to the Vallejo, where he lived most of his life. While growing up in Vallejo, Matthew attended St. Patrick's St. Vincent High School. After graduating, he attended Napa Valley College and Solano College, where he continued his studies. While attending college, Matthew obtained his Firefighter 1 and certificate and his EMT-B license from Solano Community College. Prior to being selected as a police recruit with Rohnert Park, Matt worked as a medic ambulance as a 911 EMT-B in Solano County for 5 years. Matthew was hired as a police recruit and entered the police academy in July of 2021. He successfully completed that academy and graduated on December 9th of 2021. Matthew enjoys golfing, traveling, camping, and spending time with his family and friends. Matthew loves to go to Tahoe and enjoy time at his family cabin any chance he gets. Matthew recently became a father during the academy after his girlfriend Victoria gave birth to their daughter on November 12th, 2021. Matt is currently assigned to the FTO program. He is supported by his parents, Mark and Gloria Thomas, his girlfriend Victoria Anderson, and his baby daughter, Mia. Matt Thomas. Nathan Delaney. Nathan was born in Springfield, Massachusetts, and he grew up in Sonora, California, where he spent 3 years as a police explorer. He spent his high school years in Santa Rosa, where he attended Rincon Valley Christian School. After graduating, Nathan attended Calvary Chapel Baptist Bible College in Murrieta. Prior to being hired with Rohnert Park, Nathan worked for Mount Gilead, managing their high ropes course and recreation activity. Nathan enjoys hiking, reading, and climbing. Nathan was hired by the Rohnert Park Police Department and entered the academy in July of 2021. He successfully graduated on December 10th 2021. Nathan is currently also in the FCO program. He is supported by his grandparents, Jim and Barbara Day, his parents, Pete and Eileen Delaney, sisters, Erica, Katie, and Allie, and his girlfriend, Paige Tucker. Nathan Delaney. The next person may be familiar to you, Edward Williamson, known to us as Eddie. Eddie, as we know him, was born and raised in Santa Rosa. After graduating from Pioneer High School, he attended Santa Rosa Junior College, where he achieved several certificates in law enforcement field. Prior to being selected as a police recruit, Eddie worked for the Rohnert Police Department or Public Safety Department as a community services officer for nearly 3 years. Prior to his service as a community service officer, Eddie worked at the department as a police aide. Eddie also entered the academy in July of 2021 and graduated in December of 2021. He is also currently assigned to the field training program. Edward married his girlfriend of 8 years on May 8th, and he said it is the best decision he ever made. In his free time, he enjoys hiking with his wife and playing video games. He is supported at this time by his wife, Rachel Williamson. Eddie, congratulations. And last, but certainly not least, Angel Rodriguez. Angel was born in Healdsburg, California, and has lived in Cloverdale his whole life. Angel attended Cloverdale High School, and after graduating, he attended Sacramento State University, where he received his Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice. Prior to becoming a police cadet in July of 21, Angel worked as a community services officer for the Sacramento State Police Department. Additionally, he also worked for Sutter Health's psychiatric unit. Angel graduated from the Santa Rosa Junior College Basic Police Academy in December of 2021. He enjoys outdoors and loves to spend time with his family. Angel also enjoys motocross and weightlifting, and he states he is a huge Los Angeles Lakers fan. Angel is currently assigned to the field training program. He is supported by his parents, Manuel and Dolores Rodriguez, his siblings, Celine and Jesus Rodriguez, and his girlfriend, Andrea Rocha. I present to you our 5 newest public safety officers in Rohnert Park.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Chief. This is so amazing to see newcomers to join our Rohnert Park family. I don't know, is any of my colleagues have any comments or anything they want to say to our new officers? I will start with Councilmember Adams.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Rohnert Park. It's our pleasure to have you working in our city, and we look forward to getting to know you and wish you the greatest success during your career here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jujuche?
I'll echo Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams' comments. Welcome to Rohnert Park. I was encouraged to see that a few of you had your EMT certifications. You have chosen wisely, and Rohnert Park has chosen wisely. We wish you a long and successful career here in Rohnert Park, keeping us safe. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jujuche. Councilmember Stafford.
Thank you. Welcome to all of you. It's so exciting to get new people into our public safety department, and I can't wait to see you on the streets. And Eddie, it's great to see you in that position. And Angel, I grew up in LA, so I'm actually an LA fan in some other teams. So there are some people around here.
Thank you, Councilmember Stafford. Vice Mayor Linares.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you all. Congratulations. You know, this is a really important job that you're taking on and one that we all really value. Look forward to working with you and seeing you out in our community. Eddie, you had me with the Sac State as a fellow alum, but the sports teams, you know, we got to work on that. But welcome all.
Vice Mayor. Thank you so much for joining this amazing family. We can't wait to see you guys out there and connecting with our community. The people of Rohnert Park really trust you, and we trust you, and we are so excited for you to join our family. And it's always nice to always see a female join the task force. Welcome to you. Forgive me, I'm trying. Aaron, it's so nice to see that you are part of Rohnert Park Police Department. I know your mom in a different way, and I've seen you before you wearing the uniform. And I am just thrilled that and hoping you will bring that personality and who you are into the Rohnert Park family. And to all of you, congratulations. And we are happy to have you as part of our family. So welcome to everybody.
Thank you, Mayor Elwood and members of the council.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. So we are gonna move to our public comment. Person wishing to address the council on any consent calendar item or on city business not listed on the agenda may do so at this time. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Those wishing to address the council should refer to page 1 for information or how to submit public comment. By now, I'm sure you've submitted public comment. We are going to turn to Elizabeth or our clerk, Sylvia, to take over this part of public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. So we do have a number of attendees. I'm going to ask them to please use the raise your hand feature if they wish to make a comment. It doesn't appear that we have anyone participating by phone, but if you are participating by phone, you may use press *9 to raise your hand. So after you raise your hand, we're going to call you by name or by using the last 4 digits of your telephone number. Okay, now at this time, we're going to invite people to use the raise your hand feature if they would like to make a comment. Okay, so we don't have anybody who wishes to make a comment. If the mayor allows us an extra minute and see if anyone changes their mind. Okay. Again, if anyone would like to make a comment, please use the raise your hand feature located in the lower portion of your screen. I don't see anybody, Mayor, raising their hand to make a comment.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. So since this it's the case, we will then move into our consent calendar. And
through the chair, Mayor, I just like to point out that I'm conflicted on 6D.
Yes, I was gonna get to that. Get to that in a minute.
Excuse me.
No, it's okay. I was gonna say that if it's okay, we will have to vote on the consent calendar except for 6D because Councilmember Duduche has a conflict there. If I can have an approval of the council on that before moving into our.
I'd like to move that we approve the consent calendar with the exception of D.
Do I have a second for that?
I will second that, Mayor.
And just before we take that vote, through the chair, Mayor, can I make a comment on 6L?
Yes, you may.
I just want to congratulate and thank the indomitable spirit of Director Bagley. After we did not receive that grant on Alicia Park, she promptly picked herself up, dusted herself off, and went right back at it. And I think it's that kind of entrepreneurial spirit and can-do attitude that makes our staff exemplary. So I just wanted to publicly compliment Cindy Bagley for going right back at it. And something that my father always told me is that you can't be set back if you're not moving forward. And so compliments to you, Director Bagley. And we hope that this round will be fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else has comment on that, Councilmember Adams?
No, thank you for asking.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford?
No.
Thank you. Vice Mayor? Thank you. I will have to echo that. Our staff has proven an amazing spirit of not giving up. And that is something that is so amazing about our staff. And I needed just to echo what Councilmember Judice just said. So on that, let's move into the approval of our consent calendar. Did I hear I have a motion on that already?
Yes.
Okay. Sylvia, can you take the roll call vote on that, please?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Judice?
Yes.
Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams?
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Linares?
Yes.
Mayor Elward?
Yes.
Motion to adopt the consent calendar with the exception of 6D is passed by a 5-0 vote.
So I'd like to move that we accept D from the consent calendar.
And I will second that motion.
All right. Sylvia, would you take us to the roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams?
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford?
Yes.
Councilmember Linares?
Yes.
Councilmember Elward?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mayor Elward.
Okay.
Motion to adopt item 6D passes by a 4-0-1 vote. Councilmember Judice is absent.
Thank you, Sylvia. And I believe that we have the city attorney has an issue that need to be brought up in front of the council. And I will turn to our city attorney.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. As some of you may have seen, the health officer of Sonoma County issued a health order last night. That health order added more prohibitions to certain gatherings, which could implicate council meetings and location of meetings and manner of having meetings. The city manager and I discussed this and felt that it might be something that the council may want to discuss tonight, because it could have an impact on how you want to proceed for your next meeting. In order to add it to the agenda, we need to make two findings. The first finding would be that the item came to the attention of staff after the posting of the agenda. It did. The agenda was posted last week. This order just came down last night. The second finding is that there is a need to take action before the next regularly scheduled meeting. There is that need because we have no meetings before our next regularly scheduled meeting, and it implicates our next meeting. So if I could get a motion and a second and then a vote from the council on those two findings, then this item will be added to the agenda and the council can discuss where on the agenda you would like to add it. But we would need to make those two findings through a motion and a vote first before we could add it to the agenda.
I'd like to move that we make those two findings.
Second.
Okay.
Roll call.
Can we have a roll call on that? But I was wondering, do we have anyone that would like to make a public comment before we even move to the roll call? Because all of us were surprised on this, and I was wondering if that is the appropriate way to have the public comment on this item before.
We should have the public comment after it's added to the agenda. So when you decide where to add it to the agenda, then we will have public comment. At this point, we do not need public comment because it isn't even on the agenda yet.
Okay. So Sylvia, would you do the roll call for us to approve the issue to be added in a regular calendar, please? Item, please.
Okay. So I believe is a motion to just make the two findings or also to add
And to add it to the agenda.
and to add the item to the agenda. Okay.
Correct.
Council Member Judice?
Aye.
Council Member Hollingsworth Adams?
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Linares,
Yes.
Mayor Elwert.
Yes.
Motion passes by 5-0 vote.
Okay.
Can I move that we add it to after item 7G?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. I was wondering before we go, tonight is going to be a very long night. And this is something that needed to be resolved ASAP because we needed to put it to let the staff know about next week, about the next meeting. And because of that, I was wondering, I know there is a motion already on a table here to move it after 7G, but because of the length of the meeting, I was wondering if we can amend this motion to put it before we start our regular calendar before 7A, so that we just take it out of the picture and the staff will have a clear picture of what to do next week. Does that make sense to all of you?
So does the maker of the motion agree to that amendment?
Yes, I was gonna go to Councilmember Stafford. If you agree.
Yeah, that's fine. I just know we have a time certain public hearing at 6:30, so that's fine. I will agree to that change.
And the second of the seconder on the motion agrees to that as well?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so Sylvia, would you take the roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Giudice,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams,
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Linares,
Yes.
Mayor Elwert.
Yes.
Motion to add the item before 7A is passed by a 5-0 vote.
Okay, so I would turn to City Manager to lead us to this item.
Yes, thank you. The health officer's order prohibits certain gatherings, and one of the types of gatherings that's prohibited is a gathering of more than 12 people if anyone at that gathering is an at-risk individual. And we do have at-risk individuals as part of our team, and so we would not be able to have in-person council meetings with more than 12 people in the room. And with staff and the council, the people needed to put on the meeting, and the public, we would easily exceed the limit of 12 people. So the council really, as far as we can tell, has two primary options. And one is to conduct the January 25th meeting virtually by Zoom, which would be similar to the same as the format that we're using tonight. The other option that the council has is to have the council members and city manager, city attorney, and the video production staff in the council chambers, and then the public participating via Zoom as they are tonight and providing their comments live during the meeting. That format is similar to the format used by the County Board of Supervisors. And so what we're looking for the council tonight, because it is a dynamic situation and these orders are coming out from different health officers, and the state at some point may weigh in. And so what we're seeking is the council's sort of first choice. If you had your preference, what would that be? Would that be a fully virtual meeting as tonight, or the hybrid meeting that I've described? And then recognizing that, we may need to have a second choice because the situation is evolving. So that concludes my report, and we can hear from the public now if they have any thoughts about it.
Thank you, Sylvia. Do we have anyone in the public who wishes to make a public comment?
I don't see anyone raising their hands or any new attendees, but I'll just remind everyone that if they wish to make a comment, to please use the raise your hand feature so we can acknowledge you and give you the opportunity to make a comment.
All right, thank you. And then we will have my colleague, Councilmember Adams. Do you have any suggestion to our staff on how to handle this situation?
Thank you. I really am anxious to have us explore the possibility of adopting the same hybrid model that the Board of Supervisors has been using seemingly effectively over the last several months. I think this is a group that works well together when we're all in the same space. And so I would say that would be my first choice. And my second choice would be the virtual meetings. I think that we should make every effort to be meeting with one another and still wear our masks and take good care. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jujuche.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree with Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams. My first choice is the hybrid. I think it worked well for the county. And my second would, of course, be what we're doing right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford.
I'm a 3. I agree with both of them.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Linares.
Thank you. I'm fine with what the consensus is here. I do agree that it's a bit different being in person, and I just asked because some of we all have different situations in our lives, and if anyone has any symptoms or anything, of course we're all respectful of saying something and saying, you know what, tonight I'm going to sit in on the Zoom.
Thank you, Councilmember Linares. And I agree that we all want to be in person, but seeing how Omicron is spreading so fast and how contagious it is, and with the issue that we have with healthcare providers around us, I think the hybrid will be the good thing to do for now. And the second fall, we will go virtual. And I would just suggest that we give Darren the flexibility or the staff to say, hey, right now it's not safe to either go virtual or the hybrid if we need to do that. I mean, to give them that flexibility in time that will be needed. And I hope that this will be the guidance that Darren need. I don't think that we need to have a vote on this, but you got the clear guidance that that you needed for the next meeting. So next meeting will be hybrid, and then we go from there, and giving you the flexibility to decide to go virtual or just continue to be on that position. Because like Councilmember Adams said, we work well being together, but we also recognize that we have a situation that need to be addressed.
Yeah, I think we had a pretty solid consensus on the first choice being a hybrid meeting where we could have the council in person in the chambers and the public participating via Zoom. And the second choice, being virtual. The other thing I would say is we will have, I think, 2 items on the agenda for the 25th. One of them would be a resolution that is required in order to, conduct meetings virtually. And the current orders allow for that to be done within 30 days after the meeting. So that would be for this meeting and for the 25th. And then also a discussion about, the February meeting, right? So we'll have 2 weeks more of information and we can talk about it again with the council at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're gonna pass to open a public hearing and consider adoption of a resolution approving a development area plan 2 for 26 single-family homes and landscaping on property located on south of Keyser Avenue, north of Hinebaugh Creek, and east of Griffin Grove Park on lot number 1 through 26 of Vast Oak North Phase 3A, Sandalwood Division, Subdivision, CEQA status consistent with final EIR for University District Specific Plan and the 2014 addendum to the EIR that needed to be addressed. And we're gonna turn to Darren for staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, Mayor and Council, we have one of our newest employees here to help us out with this item tonight. Anna Noel is our senior planner, and she's been working on this project with our planning manager, Jeffrey Beiswinger. So she is going to make the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Anna Noel. I am the senior planner here in the planning department. Excuse me. Tonight we will be, actually I'm going to share my screen. Excuse me. Tonight we will be reviewing the Vast Oak North Sandalwood Development Area Plan 2 for the University District Specific Plan. So just as a reminder, a development area plan allows for phases of a specific plan to be considered prior to the approval of the final plan. DAP phase 1 was previously approved previously approved community walls and trails. Tonight we'll be looking at DAP phase 2, architecture and landscaping. So the University District Specific Plan is in the northeastern portion of the city. We will be paying special attention to the Vast Oak North section of the University District Specific Plan. And within that, the Sandalwood subdivision, which is 26 estate lots. Here's a little bit of a close up. Phase B was approved some time ago. Phase 3A, which is the Sandalwood subdivision here in the dark orange, and in the lighter orange was the Alder subdivision that was just approved in September. Here's another look at the ground, 26 estate lots next to the Alder subdivision. So this was the University District way back in 2006. Undeveloped land, and then fast forward to 2021, I guess, when this picture, it's basically all built out. So the Sandalwood subdivision is the last development in this area. So we're looking at a near complete build out. And I did want to mention that in 2019, an amendment to the specific plan was made to reduce the minimum lot size from 17,000 square feet to 14,000 square feet to accommodate the existing floodplain and to allow for the proposed bicycle trail. So within the Sandalwood subdivision, we're looking at 3 plan types, each of which have 3 different architectural styles. So the first we'll be looking at is the daily plan. So this is a 2-story style with 6 bedrooms, around 3,396 square feet of living space. It's quite a large home, and 866 square feet of garage space. Now I'd like to point out on the floor plan that we are looking at 1 street-facing garage and 2-car side entry garage. The second plan is the Paulson plan. This is another 2-story plan, 5 bedrooms. And what's interesting about this plan is that it does include an RV garage. The living space is 2,664 square feet with 1,251 square feet of garage space. So the 2-car garage will be a side entry garage, whereas the RV space will be a street-facing garage. Plan 3 is the Darius plan. It is the only one-story plan. It also has 6 bedrooms, 2,829 square feet of living space, and 602 square feet of garage space. This includes a 3-car garage, all of which is facing the street. There are 3 color schemes for the French country, for each of the architectural styles. The French country color schemes, you'll notice that we're looking at neutral colors for the base and some bold colors for the trim accent colors. English country color schemes, also three different schemes. Again, we're looking at very neutral tones for the base of the homes with very bold colors for the trim, accent colors. And then the wine country color schemes, again, 3 different color schemes. Again, they're very neutral tones with some nice earth tones for the accent colors. All of which, each of the plans also include stone or brick veneer accents. Typical landscaping plan, we're looking at 3 different types of trees and several shrub types to really give a robust planting plan. I will say that we have spoken with the applicant and they agreed to plant 1 additional tree and 3 additional shrubs to help screen that RV garage. You can see in this slide that it's kind of missing the tree and extra shrubs to kind of screen that RV space, which is the middle plan from the street. So, you know, we all agreed that that would be a nice way to screen the RV space because it is quite prominent. It is set far back, but we decided to add a few more landscaping elements to help even further screen it. So this plan does conform with the specific plan, and public infrastructure and services can be provided concurrently with the development. It is, like I was saying, it is almost completely built out, so infrastructure is ready to be put in place, easily connected. For the environmental review, this project is consistent with the final EIR for the University District Specific Plan approved in 2006 with the 2014 addendum. So no further CEQA review is required. Future consideration will adhere to the University District Specific Plan final EIR, mitigation monitoring, and reporting program. So that's just to make sure that every project within that University District Specific Plan adheres to those mitigation the mitigation requirements. Staff is at this point, staff is requesting or is recommending council to adopt resolution 2021-015, approving a development area plan or DAP for the 26 single-family homes and landscaping on lots in the Sandalwood subdivision.
Thank you so much, Anna, for the report. At this time, I'm going to open a public hearing. And I will ask to Sylvia to see if there is any member of the public that will wish to comment on the subject.
I don't see anyone raising their hand, Mayor, to make a public comment, but I'll just remind anyone who's attending that if you like to make a comment, please use the raise your hand feature so we can allow you to speak.
Can you explain to them where to find that hand? Maybe someone might be confused.
Yeah, right off the bottom of the screen. If you're using a computer, you should see a little hand. It says raise your hand. So you click on that. If you are attending by telephone and I actually don't see anyone doing that, you will press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I don't see anyone, Mayor.
All right, thank you so much. So I'm going to turn to my colleague to see, Councilmember Adams, if you have a comment on this subject.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. The thing that just it worries me the most about these big houses on these big lots is with 6 bedrooms right across the street from the college. I'm concerned about people buying these homes and turning them into college rental houses. And I don't know if there's anything we can do about that, but that's the only concern I have. And I think it's something that that we ought to think about. I'm not sure if there's anything we can do about it, but it's a concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Duduche.
Thank you. Yeah, just really quick, Anna, could you go back to the slide that shows the development and then shows the adjacent wetlands? I just had a couple of questions with regards to that. Perfect. So what is going to be the interface? And I'm just using my pointer, which you obviously can't see, but those 26 lots are adjacent to that wetlands. Is there going to be, there we go, the other slide. The one just before that. No, I guess right after it. Yeah, there we go. So is there going to be some walking paths into the wetlands? Is there going to be, will people be able to access those wetlands? Is that a more of a retention basin? Could you kind of describe that a little bit for me? You're muted.
Let me unmute myself.
There you go.
So I'm not certain what is happening with that adjacent parcel. I do know, however, that there is not planned, no passive recreation is planned in those wetland areas. Again, that's not part of this project. So I don't recall it being part of the greater project, but for this subdivision, there is no access to those wetlands.
Okay. No, I just see it as a unique opportunity and an asset, you know, an environmental asset for people to be able to take a stroll out there or what have you and observe the birds or whatever else might be, you know, in that area. I have no problem with this development. In general, I remember serving with other members here in the Planning Commission when the University District was first approved. So at this point, I would like to say thank you to Brookfield Homes for the amazing investment that you've made in our community. A special note and a heart tug for me was the naming of the Paulson. You know, Kevin Paulson and his legacy will continue in Rohnert Park. And I will tell you, of all the developers that I've worked with over the years, I found Kevin to be a straight shooter and a kind man. And so I was really happy to see that. I wasn't taken aback, but I was a little startled that some of the homes included an RV a space in the garage. I thought that was an interesting and unique idea, but if you guys think you can sell it, I think that's great. I know we have had issues around town with individuals being able to store their recreational vehicles on the property. So this kind of solves that. I think adding those trees definitely mitigates it. And then finally, I'm very proud of Rohnert Park in all of its specific plans, really bent on gentrification of the neighborhoods. In other words, you know, we're building luxury homes adjacent to affordable housing, adjacent to other types of housing product. So you really have shown a great portfolio of building in this development. And I think Rohnert Park is a shining example of that. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Duduche. Vice Mayor Lanai.
Mayor, before you move on.
Yes.
I saw Mary Grace come on, and I think she was going to address the status of the wetlands.
Oh.
If you could recognize her. Thank you.
I will recognize Mayor Grace.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and City Manager. I was hoping to actually address two questions. The 6-bedroom houses, by our municipal code, are allowed with a third on-site parking space, which each of these residents has. And Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams is correct. We can't discriminate and pick winners and losers in terms of who occupies these houses, but they have been designed with the council's code provision to get some extra parking in those large houses. The wetlands are mitigation for wetlands that were filled when the development was constructed. So they are not a recreational amenity. They're certainly a viewscape amenity. And I think you saw in Basque Oak East, the subdivision was designed so that some of the homes could take in that view. And then these will also have some openness in the rear to be able to take in that view. But because their primary point really is mitigation and preservation of wetlands, they're not directly accessible.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Grace, for that clarification. Councilmember Stafford.
Thank you. I can remember in 2006 when we first approved these plans for University District. And Councilmember Giudice is absolutely correct about Kevin Paulson. He was a delight to work with. I know he pushed for things that we always kind of pushed back, but he came around and worked with us and really well. So he was a great guy to work with. I have no problems with this. Part of the reason that Councilmember Giudice also mentioned was we wanted estate lots because we wanted people to have options. So that's why we do have moderate homes in that area. We also have low-income housing. We have all kinds of different things to allow people, but we wanted people to also have that option of an estate house with the 6 bedrooms, with the larger home that some people do choose to have. So I'm glad to see this is being done. I think it's a great thing, and I appreciate Mary Grace's explanation for us, because I remember that also that area is also a setback from the street so that we also aren't right on top of Petaluma Hill Road, and that people can still see that green as they drive down that road. So I think this is great. I'm glad we're finally at this place.
Thank you, Councilmember Stafford. Vice Mayor Linares.
Thank you. Yeah, I think at a glance, when you first look at the report, you do see that these are some larger homes, and but I do agree that, you know, a diversity of housing, and one of our goals is to attract housing at all levels. And I think attracting residents who, you know, some require larger homes, and perhaps not right away. These homes are not going to be really affordable for college students. So somebody's going to get some really beautiful homes in a really beautiful area of our town. I don't have any problems with this.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Linares. I was really excited to see this phase of homes to come into our town. Like some of my colleagues said, it brings diversity, not only to see, it just mingles everybody into one spot. And that's what we are trying to really convey to our constituent, that it's okay to live together and be one strong city. And this particular phase of these homes will really speak to that. And I won't go too far deep into trying to say again over what my my colleague said, but I am happy that we are doing this, that we are taking the lead on this, and that you know, Rohnert Park is doing what we can to first get into the state quota of building homes, and yet providing also this environment that will be enjoyed by all of us. So I'm gonna go back to the public, and Sylvia, I want to know if there's still some people out there in the public that wanted to make a comment on this subject. Do you see anybody there?
No, Mayor, I don't see anyone raising their hands. And again, if you'd like to submit a comment, please use your raise your hand feature, which is located at the bottom of your screen. If you're participating on a computer, if you are using your telephone, you may press *9. I don't see anyone, Mayor.
And I will close this public hearing, and we will go to the resolution for adoption. Resolution 2022-007, approving a development area plan 2 for 26 single-family home and landscaping on property located on south of Keyser Avenue, north of Hinbar Creek, and east of Griffin Grove Park on lots number 1 through 26 of the vast Oak North Phase 3A Sandalwood subdivision.
I move that we approve that.
Second, Mayor?
Thank you. Sylvia, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Judy Chang,
Aye.
Hollingsworth Adams,
Yes.
Staffer,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Linares,
Aye.
Mayor Elwer.
Yes,
Okay, motion passes by a 5-0 vote.
thank you. We're gonna move into our item 7B, considering adoption, a resolution authorizing the California statewide Community Development Authority to form a community facility district for Somo Village within territorial limits of the city of Rohnert Park and related matters.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mayor, through the chair, I'm conflicted on this item as I lease property at Somo Village, so I will turn off my camera. If someone will kindly tell me when to come back, I will return.
Thank you. So I'm gonna turn to Darren, and I see Mary.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. We have Director of Development Services, Mary Grace Pawson, here to present this item to the council tonight.
Thank you, City Manager Jenkins, members of the council. I'm going to try to share my screen and hope I haven't forgotten everything I know about Zoom. Is that working? You all can see my screen? All right. So we're here tonight to talk about a community facilities district for the Somo Village Plan Development. This will be the 5th in the city, and it's the 2nd one that is set up to issue bonds if you approve it this evening. From the beginning, what is a community facility district? These are special taxing districts. They're authorized by the government code. Their taxes can support annual maintenance and services, and we have 3 districts that do that in the city. They can also provide security for bonds, which means that a trustee issues a large amount of bonds to fund infrastructure right now, and those bondholders are paid back by a stream of special taxes over 25 to 30 years. The CFD bonds are what we call limited obligations. That means the city is not responsible for repaying them. If a property owner chooses not to pay their special taxes, the bond trustee is empowered to initiate a foreclosure proceeding to protect the bondholders. So, full disclosure, that is part of what we are agreeing to when we agree to issue bonds secured by special taxes in Rohnert Park. As noted, there are 4 existing CFDs in Rohnert Park. Beginning from the left side of your screen, the west side CFD funds services, primarily in the 5 Creek neighborhood. The Bristol CFD also funds services in the Bristol subdivision in the University District. The Southeast Services CFD funds services in the Willow Glen neighborhood. And in the Brookfield development, we have what's called the University Park CFD. It was formed with the council's consent by the California Statewide Community Development Authority, and it's issued bonds to construct infrastructure both on-site and off-site, including our water tank 8 in the University District. So there's examples of both services and bond CFDs successfully implemented in Rohnert Park, and Somo Village would be the 5th. This particular CFD could issue bonds for both, could issue bonds and could fund services. This is a close-up of the boundaries of the CFD. It's basically the boundaries of the planned development area with Camino Colegio to the north, Broadway Parkway to the east, East Railroad Avenue to the south. We anticipate that the first bond sale and the first taxes would be levied in their first phase of development, which is up here right at the corner of Broadway and Camino Colegio. If anyone's been out there lately, you can see that this is actively under construction. Why is staff proposing CFDs for Somo Village? Well, basically the development agreement that we entered into in 2021 authorizes both types of CFDs. It authorizes taxes to support bonds to assist with infrastructure construction. Like the University District, this is a big development. It's almost 200 acres. There are significant on-site and off-site infrastructure needs. And the bond financing provides a tool for the developer to be able to construct that timely and minimize the impacts of development. The taxes are also authorized to support services to ensure that the new demands on the city are funded. Why are we proposing to use the California Statewide Community Development Authority, or CSCDA? This is a joint powers authority. It's sponsored by the California State Association of Counties and the League of California Cities, and it's really intended to assist its member agencies by providing specialized expertise in bond financing that we don't have ourselves. They administer bond financing programs on behalf of their members. Their prior experience in Rohnert Park includes bonds for water, sewer, housing, and the CFD bonds in the University District. And they really bring the financing team, the attorneys, the underwriters, the special tax consultants, the finance consultants that are in the bond market every day to ensure that when we issue or allow bonds to be issued in Rohnert Park, that they're priced well, that they're set up legally, and that both the city and, frankly, our future taxpayers are well protected by the structure. What will CFCDA do? They will form the CFD consistent with our goals and policies. And that means the maximum tax rate will not exceed 1.75%. And we'll see in a minute what that means for an average house in Somo Village. There'll be no tax escalation over the term of the bonds, and they'll provide notice to the potential buyers so that folks won't go into an escrow and be surprised by this extra tax bill. They'll issue the CFD bonds, and the credit quality will be in accordance with the city's goals and policies. These type of limited obligation tax secured bonds, they can get a bad rap if too much bond financing is loaded on too little development. And the city has adopted in its goals and policies some rules for credit quality to ensure we have enough underlying value to support the bonds. And we don't get into a situation where we've got a bad bond sale and foreclosures occurring. They'll also issue these bonds in what we call series or phases. So we're not going to start off on day one and issue $50 million of CFD bonds in Somo. They will be paced in accordance with the development needs and appropriately sized for the number of households that will be paying them back. And they'll administer the CFD. So they'll levy the taxes annually with the county to make sure they're collected. They'll make the payments to the bondholders, and they'll have the staff to respond to questions from property owners about what is this thing on my tax bill and why do I have to pay it. What will the city do? Well, the first thing is you as the council will authorize CSCDA to form a CFD within the territorial boundaries of Rohnert Park. And then as staff, we'll administer the funding and acquisition agreement, which ensures that the infrastructure that they fund is consistent with your resolution. It ensures that the developer has the appropriate bonds and insurance and pays prevailing wage so that we don't let bond proceeds out to a contractor who doesn't finish his project. And then we've got a bunch of debt for nothing. And we'll ensure that the acquisition amount is consistent with the fair value of the infrastructure constructed, and our future taxpayers aren't overpaying for what they're getting. What do the CFD bonds fund? We've really worked with the developer to get a focused list of improvements that looks at big necessary mitigating infrastructure. It'll fund the Camino Colegio frontage, improvements to Broadway all the way down to Railroad Avenue, an off-site water tank and traffic improvements. It will fund some in-track public infrastructure, including parks, and it will fund Valley House Drive improvements, including a roundabout at the intersection of Valley House Drive and Broadway Parkway. So again, these are highly visible improvements. They're big lifts. They're things we need to be able to both mitigate the impact of development and, frankly, get the infrastructure in place for the new residents. And they'll be funded again in pace with the development. And this slide is intended to show you a little bit about what the anticipated taxes will look like. At the upper left, we have a little Excel spreadsheet that looks at a house with an estimated value of $600,000 and a maximum tax rate of 1.75%. The ad valorem or by value property taxes on that kind of a house in Rohnert Park, 1% for base property taxes, and then 0.215% is consumed by various already issued water and school bonds, including bonds issued by Sonoma Water, bonds issued by Santa Rosa Junior College, and bonds issued by our own local school district. There are also a handful of direct charges that impact every property tax bill in Rohnert Park, and these are the vector district and, again, a special tax for the school. So what would be available to CFDs in Rohnert Park is a little over 0.5%, or on a $600,000 house, about $3,000 worth of additional tax increment that can be used for bonds and services. The graph shows you how that plays out as a percentage. Every house in Rohnert Park pays the blue ad valorem taxes. Every house in Rohnert Park pays the yellow direct charges. Our CFDs pay that additional red increment of a little under 30% to support services, bonds, or both in their development. And again, one of the things CSCDA has committed to do is making sure people understand that extra increment that will be on their tax bills. So the next steps, should the council agree to this resolution, is CSCDA, its board would adopt a resolution of intention to form the CFD. They would adopt a resolution forming the CFD, and they would authorize their first bond issue. We would expect that to be timed somewhere around summer 2022, consistent with the city's approval of a final map for SOMO. That concludes my formal presentation. The developer is here if you have questions for the developer. And our request would be that you consider a resolution authorizing CSCDA to form a CFD for the benefit of SOMO Village within the territorial limits of Rohnert Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Grace. So Sylvia, we're going to turn to the public and see if there's anyone in the public that wanted to make a comment on this matter.
I don't see anyone, Mayor. And again, I'll just remind people who are attending that if they want to make a comment, to please use the raise your hand feature, which is located at the bottom of the screen, next to the green button that says share screen. And if you are attending by phone, just press *9 so you can raise your hand. And I don't see anybody.
Thank you, Sylvia. Well, I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Adam. Do you have a comment or question to the developer or Mary Grace here?
Thank you. Excellent report, Mary Grace. I'm in complete support of this particular item. If the developer is here, I'd like to say congratulations on another marker moving forward on this tremendous project. We've been doing this for a very long time, and it's nice to see that we're moving, closer towards the goalpost. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford. Sorry.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you, Mary Grace. That was very complete and thorough. And it just shows what we've done in the other developments in our community and they work, and I think it's great. And I think we should do this. And I also, I think the developer, is that Brad? Is he the one who's here? If it's Brad.
I think we have both Brad and Eric here.
Okay, well, congratulations. We're finally getting somewhere, right? This is great. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Linares.
I don't have any questions or comment, and I'm in support of moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Brad and Eric. Congratulations. I love that this program will protect our future resident. And the second thing is that the city will be protected. So I am really thrilled. Mary Grace, thank you for the report. It was really clear and easy to really understand, especially for those that we have further questions. The report was really well elaborated, and it's something that I appreciate about, complex things like that when, someone like me that don't understand anything about construction, but I can read it and understand it. It's really great. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. And I hope that gives you some confidence in the CSCDA team, because they were the major drafter of this report. So they were able to make that clear, which is their job.
Oh, that's fantastic. Fantastic. So we will go to the resolution for adopting resolution 2022-008, authorizing the California State Communities Development Authority to form a community facility district within the territorial limits of the city of Rohnert Park and related matters.
So moved.
Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Sylvia, can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Judy Chase absent. Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams.
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Linares.
Yes.
Mayor Elwert.
Yes.
Motion passes by a 4-0-1. Councilmember Judy Chase absent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will try to get him back here so that there he is. So it is 6:18 here, and we have another public hearing coming. And I was wondering and ask to the council if we can move some items so that by 6:30 we can start our second public hearing on redistricting. So I'm not sure if you guys will be okay to move to consider moving item 7D toward the end after we do 7E. Is there something that will be considered based on the time that we have left?
So moved.
Thank you. So
Do we need a second for that motion?
Yes. Did I hear a second there?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So we will move item 7D after item 7. We take care of item 7E. So for now, we're gonna jump into the discussion. Yes.
Right before you do that, that is the motion, and we just have a quick vote on that.
Yes.
By Sylvia.
Yeah. Would I get a roll call for that?
Councilmember Giudice.
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams.
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Linares.
Yes.
Mayor Elwert.
Yes.
Motion to move item 7D after 7E is passed by a 5-0 vote.
Thank you. So we're gonna go to discussing and direction on amending of Chapter 1304-080, testing, maintenance, and repair of backflow devices of the Rohnert Park Municipal Code. Darren?
Yes, thank you. One of the things that is important about cities is that we get together and we share a water system, among other things. And it's really important that we protect that water system from contamination. And one of the tools that we use to do that is called a backflow prevention device. And we have our utility services manager, Mark Henderson, here to tell the council about this item.
Do you mind if I make an introduction?
I don't mind.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Elward and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item tonight. This is a discussion and direction item regarding a city-administered program in Public Works, specifically the backflow device testing program. So administering this program is currently a big lift because staff manually perform all of the tasks associated with the program's compliance, and we have over 2,500 of these devices in the city. So over the past few months, we've been testing out several cloud-based programs that could really help staff with their workload. And we'd like to recommend moving into one of these programs. And with that, Mark Henderson, our utilities operations manager, is going to take us through the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. I'm going to share my screen here. So I'm here to discuss how we manage the backflow program. This is a state required program under Title 17. So first of all, let's start. What is a backflow device? It's basically a mechanical device. They're usually located directly behind the water meter. And all it does, it just ensures water flows in one direction. Water goes through a meter, the backflow device, and we don't want it back. What causes water to backflow from private property in the public water system could be the lack of maintenance on the device. Also, it could be if we lose pressure in the water system, we can siphon back in, water in a facility that's not protected with the device. These are medical facilities, commercial, industrial, auto shops, paint shops, everything where one of these facilities is doing something with water where we don't want that water to come back on our system. Fire systems are another big one. So here's a little diagram of basically what it is. So water goes through these check valves basically, and once it goes through, it cannot come back. These check valves inhibit that water from coming back in our system, preventing any contamination. Here's a backflow device that was installed at Fredericks Park. Actually, it's no longer there. We converted that to recycled water. But when we had it on potable water, there's a pump right here, and that could have made more pressure than we have in our system and pump irrigation water back in the public water system. So this device would stop that from happening. So the city, we're responsible for the administration of this program, and we send out notices. It's 30, 15 days, and 5 days to customers to have their devices tested. Another thing we have to do is all this new development you're talking about, Sonoma Mountain Village and everything. They'll have a lot of devices, probably 20, 30 in that neighborhood somewhere on parks and fire systems, and other, anything that can introduce contamination in the public water system. We're responsible for ensuring that these are tested on an annual basis, tested and repaired, and we have to also keep all the records for these. So California law requires it that they're tested once a year, and the results are submitted to the city. We're responsible for enforcing this program from the state of California. This does minimize potential for the public water supply being contaminated, and it does happen. There are frequent backflow events. The ownership and maintenance and testing and all the associated fees are the responsibility of the property owner to maintain it. So currently, the way we're administering this program, it's very labor and paper intensive. We've been using a program that I've been using myself for 20 years. So we send out this first, second, and third notice, physically mail those out. Then we wait for property owners to submit those back. We may have to send out more notices. We also maintain all these records, a backflow testers list, all their certifications, the kits they use to test these. We have to ensure that they're calibrated and also that they have a current business license within the city. Also, we respond throughout the year to all the issues related with these backflow devices. So we've looked at a lot of alternatives and to find an easier way to administer this program, and really the cloud-based reporting is really the dominant system that other utilities districts are using out there. What happens is tester tests the device and he enters the test results in the field, via a cloud system. The vendor also would send out the notices, and they handle all the administration of the program, even the customer service. City of Petaluma is using this, and I've spoke with vendors and everything that use them, and they love it. So it just saves a lot of time and simplifies this whole administering this program. This would give us more time for enforcement and evaluating other facilities that do not currently have backflow devices. So there is a fee per each device. It's $12 to $15. So the tester has to pay it to enter in the results, and in turn, the tester would charge the customer that fee. If the city was to pay the fee, the estimated cost testing a backflow device is $200. That could be a little high. It depends on the size of the device, but and it depends on the tester. That's why we have multiple testers on the list. That's probably average. The cost increase with the cloud-based service, so you're looking at 6 to 8%. That's that $12 to $15 fee, which the customer would pay for. We recommend option 4, how the options in the staff report of looking at these cloud-based systems and imposing the fee on the property owners that have a backflow device that require testing. A lot of properties have multiple backflow devices. To do this, we would have to amend the code that would allow us to have that fee. And that ends my presentation. If there are any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Sylvia, do we have any public comment on that?
No, Mayor, I don't see anybody raising their hand to make a comment.
Thank you. Then I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Adams. Do you have any comment or question?
No comments or questions. Thank you, Mark. That was an excellent report. I think you should go ahead with the recommendation of staff.
Thank you. Councilmember Duduche.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams. I think if we adopt option 4, when we're finished, Mr. Henderson might do a happy dance in his office. It sounds like he's been bearing the brunt of this for the last 20 years, and definitely being innovative and changing the way that we're doing this seems extremely logical.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford.
Thank you. I think Mark's recommendation is great. I think the cloud-based system is the way to go. Doing it manually just seems too time-consuming with all the work that has to be done now. So option 4.
Any oversight, or are there, because they're really dependent on the user to provide actual truthful information?
Correct, Vice Mayor. They provide all the oversight, so they would field all the customer calls, anything to do with the testing. So all that whole administration of the program that basically I do mainly. The vendor would handle all customer service. All we would handle would be enforcement when someone was non-compliant.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm in agreement with the rest of my colleagues on option 4.
Thank you. And thank you for the great report as well. Yes, and I agree with my colleague that option 4 is the best for for us right now. For no further ado, I'm gonna go and ask if I can get a motion on this item. And I hope that we gave you guys the direction that you needed, right?
Do you want a motion on this, Madam Mayor?
No, it was the direction, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
It was direction. I just confused. I was looking on another item. Mark, does that give you guys enough thing to go for?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the hard work that you guys do for the city.
Thank you.
And Mayor, we'll be bringing this back 2 more times because we'll have an introduction of an ordinance and then a second reading of an ordinance. So that's the next steps for us.
Thank you. So it's 6:32. We are gonna jump into our second public hearing to receive a report providing information regarding the redistricting process and conduct second hearing to identify neighborhoods, communities of interest, and secondary areas introduced by title only and waive further regarding of ordinance number 957 and ordinance adding a new section 266-025, adoption of city council district boundaries to chapter 266, district election within title 2 of Rohnert Park municipal code to allow for adoption of the district boundary by resolution. Darren, would you guide us?
Yeah, we have our demographer here with us tonight, Michael Wagaman, and he's going to give the staff report for us. And I think at the end, Michelle is going to join him on the ordinance aspect of it.
Thank you.
We can't hear you, Michael.
Good evening, Council. Hopefully you can hear me now.
Yeah.
And I will go ahead and transition straight into the PowerPoint to facilitate our conversation. Mercifully, I will tell you the PowerPoint is much shorter than the last one because we've already gone through redistricting school, you may remember earlier. And so tonight is really the kind of inverse process. The last meeting was me talking to you to kind of orient you to this process. And this is the chance for both the public and the council to provide direction the other way as far as how you want to move forward as we move this along. This is the second of the 4 required hearings to provide that initial direction. A couple of landmarks just to remember how this is going to go forward is we have an important deadline on January 25th, which is the deadline for the public to submit plans. You've already had robust public input, which is great. We'll talk about more in a moment. But that date isn't arbitrary. That is a date that is designed to allow enough time to get those plans in, put them in the exact same format as any plans that are drawn by myself based on the direction we received this evening, so that all of those plans, both ones created by myself and the public, can be published with the goal at least 7 days before that February 8th meeting. So there's time for, again, council and the public to look at all those options and look at them in hearing 3 for the council to start coming together towards a consensus and start identifying refinements you may want in those plans that would come together for hearing number 4, where you can either select a final plan, or if there's a plan that's close but not quite there, be able to make final changes live during the course of hearing number 4. And as was referred to by staff, in order to facilitate that timeline, your legal counsel will be bringing forward some changes to the ordinance for your consideration so that final plan can be adopted by resolution rather than ordinance. For tonight's purposes, the important thing to note is tonight you do not need to reach consensus. So if there are differing opinions about what you may want to see in plans, even in your own head, that's perfectly fine, because again, we're going to bring multiple options together for the next meeting. So that if there are differences of opinion, that just means you'll see different kinds of plans at that next meeting for your consideration. This is the quick reminder of redistricting school from a few months ago. I'm not going to belabor all these criteria, but just a reminder that they are ranked. So there is a rough order of priority laid out in law. I'm going to touch on a couple of them, and again, not go through all of them. However, remembering districts need to be of roughly the same size. That doesn't mean exactly the same size. With that rough rule of thumb being that the difference between the smallest district and the largest district, we want to be within 10%. So that would be roughly plus or minus 5. And we know that there are changes that are going to have to be made to both balance out the districts, and also because we had that issue with the federal census geography not conforming to the current district boundaries. The other thing, and one thing that will be important out of this evening, will be discussion on communities of interest, because that's a concept that, again, there is no database of. There's no data set that says these are all the communities of interest in Rohnert Park. So identifying those communities that may need, and neighborhoods that may be important to keep together. I'll talk about in a moment some of the direction that was discussed in the last meeting that can either be reaffirmed tonight, added on, refined, but identifying those is an important part of this process this evening so we can have the best possible draft maps for the next meeting. Before I talk about that, I did reference that there has been a robust public input process, and it's already started to pay off. The city initially launched its dedicated redistricting webpage, where community members can find extensive information on the redistricting resources available in multiple languages, including background information, facts, meeting recordings, and other meeting materials, tools, as we've talked about before, to draw your own maps and provide input on those important communities of interest. The city staff, along with your outside consultants, Trepepi Smith, have been working with the city regularly to post social media both on Facebook and Twitter, and again, both in English and Spanish. And as noticed, they've boosted one slide to date and are planning on boosting additional ones as the process continues. There's been direct mail, phone contacts with more than 80 groups and community leaders to proactively reach out to key influencers and community-based organizations. And they've also been reaching out through print channels in addition to those digital tools with flyers, again, both in English and Spanish, and 2 press releases already to date. One of the important things from the first meeting is there was the discussion about how to really engage the public. And there was that community workshop conducted on December 4th. I got to know your community center myself, and I thought it was a great event. And there's a great participation, I will say, and folks were really engaged in that. I think there were 21 community participants there, which for a Saturday morning is not bad at all. And that is, again, showing up in those public submissions that as of yesterday, there had already been 17 redistricting plans submitted, which is a ton, I will tell you, for a city of your size. More than cities that I have that are much larger than Rohnert Park. And we still have a couple of weeks to go before that final deadline. And again, there is that, for folks listening this evening who may not have been engaged so far and are just starting to pay attention, there is that dedicated website. And it is under state law required to be maintained for 10 years. So that'll be an ongoing resource once this process ends for people to go back and be able to see that engagement, see that community engagement, and see how these lines were put together. It also does have that dedicated email account for folks who may have questions about how to participate. For the actions this evening, again, this is the second hearing and the last one before we have plans. The next one we will start having plans, both those community maps, which I will note were included as generalized public comments. At the next hearing, you'll see a much more refined. So that is not the way you're going to see plans going forward. That's just a raw dump from the software. In the next one, they'll be standardized. So they'll all look exactly the same. They'll have the exact same, much more robust set of statistics run. So you'll be able to have a lot more information. But we didn't want to hide a public comment once it's submitted. So those are why you have those in your packet at the moment. And this is your opportunity again to provide additional direction on the composition of draft maps. Just as a reminder of some of the discussion from your first hearing to help facilitate that. And I'm going to leave out some of the discussion about process, again, about the importance of having that community workshop. We added the section data, the interactive tool, all those process things putting aside. But what are the things that was kind of a discussion about the maps themselves? There was some discussion about the generalized criteria about, population equity and how closely did you want to get those, the issues of contiguity. There was some discussion about communities of interest, one being that Rohnert Park is a community in and of itself. And obviously there were some challenges with that in some of the larger redistricting, for example, on the county level. The sections were identified as a potential way of looking at communities of interest. And there were also discussions about communities of interest that correlate potentially to POCs and particularly the Latino community. There was a discussion about the slices, which you may remember, which are one of the levels of geography we have, and emphasizing the fact that those are just a tool to be used for the public and shouldn't be treated as limiting to the lines, and that those slices can be split if that is what's going to create the best districts for the city. There was a discussion about the deferral issue. This is the issue where somebody may not get to vote for city council for 6 years because they switch districts, and particularly as relates to District 2 and 5, which are due to come up shortly. And also discussion about not considering incumbency as a criteria. So that was just a quick refresher on some of the things you talked about last time, and now you get to talk about again. And I'll just mention again, there is a discussion item to facilitate the timeline on the back end to ensure that the lines at the end can be adopted by resolution rather than by ordinance. But before we do that, again, we'll walk into the actual discussion really quickly, though, before I turn it back over to council and the public. As a reminder, we do have that interactive software available. So as necessary, I can make that available on screen. I will defer to the mayor and council when you would like that put up. But that software does allow me to zoom in to particular areas of the city and again, overlay additional information such as, for example, those sections or whatever other information we do have available. And so that's one of the places we will live in tonight. And finally, just as a reminder, I'm not from Rohnert Park. I spent several nights overnighting there by now, but I'm still learning the city. So if don't assume I know exactly where you're talking about. So any clear direction will help ensure we get, again, those best draft maps possible. And with that, I can mercifully stop talking and turn it over for questions and direction and public input.
Thank you so much. How exciting. So we are going to start conducting the public hearing, and I'm going to turn to Sylvia to see if we have any public comment on this item.
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have one person. And again, real quick, if anybody else is wanting to make a comment on this item, please use the raise your hand feature located on the bottom of your screen. If you're using your telephone, please press *9. Okay, and with that, we're going to allow Christina Mayer to commence her public comment. Okay.
Thank you. Welcome, Christina.
Christina, you may begin your comment now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. A couple of things I just want to know.
On page 5, you have something, Michael, where you say you can consider the existing data, such as city planning. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe you could explain that a little bit further. I'm not sure if it means that you're looking at a district that more housing will be proposed there, so you could think about that. I'm not sure what that means. And my other thing that I would like to know is, you've got 17 maps. I'm sure you're going to get more. If the maps are really, some of the maps are really close to each other, are you going to kind of consolidate them into one or two maps of that area? Or are you just going to just lay out all the maps at the same time? That's all I have.
Thank you,
and I just
Christina.
want to thank you guys for, you're doing a great job. This is really a real pleasure working on this redistricting. And I want to thank you for it.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, did you want me to reply to those questions?
Yes, please.
So to the first question, when I referenced city data as an example, we talked about sections, right? That was a previous discussion. That is something that is an existing city data source. So if there was continued direction to say, please look at the sections and treat those as if they are potential communities of interest, that's what I would be referring to, that kind of information. So city zoning information, whatever that is. Communities of interest don't need to be tied to those existing data sources, but it also means that you can consider those existing data sources. It's a tool in the chest. As far as the publicly submitted tools, every single public plan that is submitted is going to be digitized. It's going to be treated exactly the same. So even if 17 plans two of them are very similar to each other or even identical to each other, those are still going to be digitized so that you can see two people submitted, for example, the same plan. And notably, there may be plans that have certain technical deficiencies. So for example, they may have missed a census block and not assigned a census block, or they may have a non-contiguous block. We're not going to throw any plans out. We'll identify those. So if there's a plan that, for example, the public and the council like, but has some of those cleanup issues, that would be something that in my role as a facilitator, I would identify that plan would just need those issues. So that is the kind of direction that could be given at a future hearing is, we like this public plan, but can you clean up some of those technical issues? But we're not going to exercise any editorial prerogatives on this. What is submitted is what you're going to get.
Thank you. So I'm gonna go to my colleague and see.
Madam Mayor, can you formally close the public hearing?
Sorry, I now formally close public hearing, and I'm gonna return to my colleague and to hear what you guys, if you have comments or directions to give to our consultant here, Councilmember Adams.
Thank you. I did want to start out by thanking Mr. Wagaman for the excellent work that you've done so far, and also Trepepi Smith. I think you've done an outstanding job reaching out into our community, sharing vital information, gathering people together in a way that's important for this process. We're not going to get 100% participation, but we are going to get 100% proper messaging out there and give everybody an opportunity to respond if they'd like to. So I appreciate that. We did receive one email, or it's in our packet. It's from a former city council member, and he makes a comment that I just want to confirm with Mr. Wagner that I'm reading this properly. He says, "My advice during this process is limited to the following. New districts must be drawn to assure that each area of our city that did not have an opportunity to vote for council members during 2020 must be within districts voting during 2022. The only way for that to happen is for us not to move any lines." Is that not correct, Mr. Wagaman?
So that's not a little nuanced, but it's not actually correct in that what you would want to need to do is you would need to ensure that, I believe it's districts 2 and 5 that are up due to be up in 2024. So you would need to make sure every resident who is currently in districts 2 or 5 stays in either district 2 or 5. So those districts could grow to add other folks, and those folks would just get to vote earlier, or you could trade population between districts 2 and 5. But that if you wanted to treat that as an absolute standard, that's the way you would have to do that. Deferral can be, something gets considered. It can't trump those other criteria that we discussed, but it is a factor that can be considered if that is the council's direction. Something short of an absolute.
Right. So I understand. I guess my question is it unusual that occasionally people do not vote for a 6-year period just because of the way these lines happen? I mean, is that really a travesty of justice here, or how do you respond to that in other communities?
So deferral is something that is a function of having staggered terms, and it's common enough that it has a legal term of art. So that tells you it's not something that doesn't happen because the courts have given it a name. So it is something where the courts have looked at it's something, again, that can be considered. It's something you can look at. It doesn't trump those other traditional redistricting criteria that were spelled out earlier. And are also spelled out in state law.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any other comments at this point.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Did you check?
Sure, and thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Michael, for that wonderful presentation. And the process has been seamless, and I was very encouraged by all of the citizens who have submitted maps and that whole coffee and pastries thing, that map making session. I thought that was wonderful, and I'm glad that the council agreed to do that, and I think it was a big success. I think a lot of the criteria that you're using here, and even to segue from where I thought Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams is going, to me it is important that 5 and 2 do get an opportunity to vote. I see some very good maps being drawn, a couple of in particular that I'm keen on, that not only show an increased diverse population, particularly in district number 2, but also have natural geographic lines such as Snyder Boulevard and some of the other streets. So I don't have too many general comments until we actually get down to the, stating which maps, that we're interested in. But I like what I've seen so far, and I'm looking forward to, to moving forward. And you've really done a great job. So.
And Councilmember, just reply, if there are things you are seeing in draft and publicly submitted plan state or communities of interest that you are liking, this is a good time to mention those, because remember, I have to do homework at the end of this to put together plans. So I wrote down Snyder Lane, I wrote down districts 2 and 5, but if there are those things for the whole council, making sure I know those things will make sure I can turn in my homework and get a passing grade.
Right. Well, I don't know. At one point, I guess the next meeting we'll actually start to drill down on which particular maps we're smitten on. So when that process happens, I'm happy to provide those comments.
Yes, Councilmember Adams, do you have?
We're not supposed to go back.
Are we not? Sorry. Oh, okay. I was just trying, since it's very important, and I mean, sometimes the unusual is because of the importance of what this will mean in a few months. I thought it was going to be a good idea to be a little bit flexible. But if it's not the case, Councilmember Stafford, go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. The only reason I said that is we're going to be talking about protocols, and that was one of the things that I remember reading, that we're supposed to go through everybody before we go back again. Sorry about that, Councilmember Adams. I didn't mean to do that. So yes, you're running the meeting. However you want to do it is fine.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Are you sure? Okay. I think one thing that Michael, you're learning so much about Rohnert Park. Actually, District 2 and District 5 are up this year in 2022. But one of the things that I've noticed on some of the maps that I thought was kind of nice was the north part of town, G, H, and F being all together. because we also have the south part of town, that's District 2 being all together. So just a thought, there were some people who submitted some maps that showed that kind of thing. And I don't have messaging. I mean, I don't know how anybody could miss the messaging that we've had because it's been so much. So everybody will have the opportunity to contribute. So this is great. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
No problem. Thank you. Vice Mayor Linares.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Michael, for the report. And so I think I will just dive into my comments, and you can stop me if I'm going too far. So in the current existing District 1, which is A and B sections, which I saw were identified as communities of interest, and I have to agree with that. And I think we may have identified that in the past meeting. Currently, that district would need to change because it would be short on population. I believe we established one thing that I learned through the process of being in District 1 is that there are apartment complexes that exist on two sides of Copeland Creek in District 1 that are the same. So the Lennox apartment complex exists both on the Santa Alicia side and on the Enterprise side, but the map currently doesn't go there. And there is an entire kind of almost a perfect line that goes across Copeland Creek and Enterprise that has about 1,200, a population of 1,200 that makes up the deficit. And I think it is important that if you live in a complex and your neighbor's voting, and I think you should be able to vote as well. And it's touching, in my opinion, it makes sense for that to be added. And it is a big chunk. I don't know, I think the term is a block, right? It would be a whole block because you're unable to kind of divide it. So it would be one or none, or all or none kind of thing. So that, I think that's really important to identify. Although it does have a creek, these apartment complexes are named the same, they have the same ownership, and people perhaps use the same services on both sides. So just to reiterate, A and B section for me are communities of interest. Obviously, they're high population of minorities as well, and then that thing I pointed out about the complexes. I think obviously we talked about keeping the sections intact. There is a section of our town neighborhood that is the Valley Village neighborhood that is on the cusp of Rohnert Park Expressway and Country Club. And that is a development or an affordable community. So it's a mobile home community that exists there on that. And I think we've talked about Rohnert Park Expressway being one of those roads. And then also, I think Country Club is one of those main roads that we have in our city that sort of makes a border. I thought Councilwoman Stafford, when she brought up her point about F, G, and H, it was F, G, and H, correct? Yeah, was important. But one thing that I caught was that there's actually a creek that divides the top portion of H and F. And I had to look on Google Maps to find it because I'm thinking, why don't they connect? Well, there's a creek that goes down alongside that, which divides the two. And I saw some of the submitted maps that had those two separated, and I thought, okay, why? And then it made more sense to me in that, and it's between Fauna and Holly, or Hollingsworth, Holly, and Hickory. Those roads don't connect. And obviously, I think Rancho Feliz is an important neighborhood to consider. It is the mobile home park, as all of our areas, but also Rancho Verde are important. So I think for me, that I have believe that's all I have as far as my comments there. And I think one of the really important things that we've established, I even said it multiple times, is the sections. And I think that allows us to really cleanly articulate to our residents, hey, if you're in this district, you're in this section, and you know where you are. So it really allows for that clean cut. Anyway, thank you.
I heard Rancho Feliz and you said a second rancho, and I missed the second rancho.
Verde.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I mentioned those two because they're on one specific side of town, which is the, I don't know if it's the north, but it's definitely the west side.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Before I go ahead with my comment, I will go back to Councilmember Adams and allow her to add what she needed to add as a comment.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I understand what Councilwoman Stafford was trying to say is everybody should have a chance before somebody gets to make a second comment. So thank you for that reminder. You know, we've got creeks running all through different parts of town, through neighborhoods. So I'm not sure. I think it was Bonnie Black who kind of outlined the putting G, F, and H all together. I think that's something that we might want to see. District 2, in all of the sample maps so far, seems to kind of stay intact. There's not a lot of wiggle room for moving that around. It's where the lines are going to be drawn for District 5. And I think we need to consider keeping those northern neighborhoods, they're the same types of homes, same types of income, same families. There's very little, I think there's some condos that are along Country Club Drive, and there's some duplexes along in there, but they're basically all houses. So I would suggest if we could maybe take a look at doing that, that's something we ought to consider. And then maybe, I don't know if it's appropriate to look at maps that have already been outlined. If are we allowed to look at those and make a suggestion and say, hey, we like this, or are we allowed to send you some comments, Michael, after this meeting?
So we try to make sure that any of the feedback is in this public hearing so that I'm getting directions and nobody's, I'm not having any clandestine discussions. If there is a reference to a plan that you want to reference, that is perfectly appropriate. I assume it would be given in the context of, here is a plan that, for example, I think did a good job, or here's an option, or plan that preserved a lot of communities of interest. And so if you're trying to identify communities of interest, Plan 79902 is one that, did a particularly good job of dealing with communities of interest in the northern portion of the city, for example.
There's the map the number says 82491, one split section E. The only section that splits is, like it says, the E section. So that's one that I think we might want to consider. Again, that leaves District 2 pretty much intact from the way it is right now, and much of the other city, but that's something I think that we might want to consider. So maybe the only other one is 82496, no split sections 1.
So it's 82491 and 82496 to look at?
Yeah. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Jackie, for that.
It is important that we all come in this together because it is a very important decision that we're gonna make, and it's okay. I know that sometimes it's okay to break off the protocols when it is this important, because it's gonna, we deciding for the next 10 years and people are watching us, and it is better for us to do what is good for all of us. Not just all of us here, but all of them there as of us. So my comment here is, I have a question. What will be the impact of having some people that didn't vote in 2020 not being able to vote in 2022, what kind of impact that's going to have, you know, to the city as a whole?
So, a couple parts to that answer. So, as a whole, it does mean that just as a practical matter, there would be a portion of the city that would not have elected somebody to the city council through district elections until 2024, because they wouldn't have voted in 2022 and they wouldn't have voted in 2020. So, so that is something to be aware of. The other effect of that as a practical matter is that, you know, this council has already emphasized that everybody on the council represents the whole city and has a responsibility to the whole city. In those areas, you'll want to make sure that, you know, for example, none of you will have actually been elected by them. So you'll want to make sure that there are steps taken to make sure that those folks know who to reach out to when issues come up during those 2 transitional years until everybody's up to the new current lines. So those are 2 of those practical effects that occur from that. Again, there's no requirement in the law that you consider that. It is something that you can consider, as long as, again, it's not trumping those other criteria.
Thank you. The reason I ask is because like you said, we are all 5 of us are representing the entire city. And if this is just it has nothing to do with, it's just consciousness and fairness. So for me, being in a section that didn't vote and was hoping to vote in 2020 in the next election and got cut short, put in a district that already voted and give me another 6 year, I won't be too happy about that, right? And when we look at the maps, we encourage people to draw maps and to bring it to us, right? And a lot of thing that we hear in a city, they want sections to be whole, and some of our constituents have said that, and that would be something to consider when looking at those maps. And also, we have received a lot of good maps, a lot of them that are falling into the category where they are keeping the section, they're considering the section that didn't vote. There's minor tweaks there, here and there. Maybe there's like, I would say 0.1% that didn't vote that might not be voting. For me, it's like when you draw the map or when we are trying to do the map, what I'm looking for is to be able to minimize the changing of those districts, if that is something to consider. And also, we need to be able to keep that trust that the people that have given us right now for doing this redistricting, they've given us map. And for me, I think it is very important, you as a demographer, if we're gonna choose something or if we can ask you something, I will, that is just me, prefer to see you picking in a pool of maps that the constituent have given to us. So knowing the law, we have Michelle here. She will guide us on fixing or reshaping the numbers and why not to fall into the California Fair Act requirements. So for me, it's just that. And I was just trying, I was wondering if the council will agree that we'll come up with a plan that will allow, Michael to try to either we give him or choose a few maps, because we already have maps. And I feel strongly that if we ask people to draw maps, and at the end of the day, we choose a map that they didn't or last minute, or draw something last minute, I think that's gonna, they're gonna lose trust on what we are doing here. I think the right thing to do, and that is just something that I'm asking to my colleague if they will agree to go and pick a few maps from the maps that we have in our website right now, and then bring it to Michael, and then go from there, so that people also see. It's going to be something that we're going to empower them as well. They're going to be proud of seeing the product coming into the table and us using it for, to represent them, because it's about them. It's about us, if I can say. It's more about them, and they're the one that put us here. We went to them asking them to draw those maps and bring back to us. And I think it is important and right for us to use the tools and the maps that they give us in order to tweak and change a little bit what we have to do. Yes, Councilmember Linares. Vice Mayor Linares.
Thank you. I don't have a comment on your statement. I had comments on other, so if perhaps Michael would like to comment on that, or the city attorney on, process. I guess I can comment. There's the priorities and there's the process. So maybe you can comment on that.
So on the process is intended that this is not the meeting to start picking your maps. And that's deliberate because you've told the public you have until January 25th, and you don't want to bias the process against people who haven't had a chance to submit their plans, because maybe they were waiting until they heard your discussion tonight before they submitted their plan and finalized that plan. So this is perfectly fine to look at those plans that have been submitted, identify things you like in them to help facilitate other people who are listening, to help facilitate direction to me. But you do want to avoid doing that, because I'm always conscious about that implicit bias that, the first plan isn't the best plan, nor is the last plan the best plan. You just want to be able to look at all of them systemically. So that's the way I would recommend to you that you look at those plans, that if there are, again, things that you are seeing in those plans that you like, then identifying those tonight is perfectly appropriate. I will note that, again, I'm going to put together plans for you. When I have done this process with other jurisdictions, it is often remarkably similar how the plans that I put together will often look very much like public plans, because there's only so many ways to slice things. And if there's been this discussion about keeping the sections whole, or addressing deferral, or keeping certain regions of the city, the northern portion of the city together, that starts driving architecture, and you start ending up with similar things. Now, my maps may be a little bit more refined, or may be similar to one plan in one half of the town and similar to another part in another part of town, but that is really putting together the menu. That's really what we're doing tonight, is putting together the menu so that at the next meeting, you really can start saying, here's what we really want to order.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to give my actual comment now, because there were some of the things that one thing that I forgot to identify, and I think perhaps Councilwoman Adams called out one of the maps. But something that I wanted to point out, Michael, was I was pleasantly surprised to see not only did District 1 have a high BIPOC population in map 97524, but then District 5 in this map would also have a high BIPOC population. And then the most surprising, I don't know if I said 2 yet, but 2 was the most surprising, because it does have our highest population of our Asian population. So it put it above the 30%. And I thought that was really insightful to see 3 districts which were high BIPOC population. Thank you.
I'm sorry, which map was that, Willie?
97524, but I believe, and I don't, I believe that they're the 82496, which you may have called out, might have the similar breakdown.
Right.
Perhaps.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Yep.
And that's where that standardized data will be helpful. You'll be able to see all those plans and all those scores for every district for every plan.
Okay, and then 86552 was similar to the 97524. There was a slight change, but it looked like they were similar, and they had those 3 high percentage.
Pardon, Mayor, I've had my hand up for a while, actually.
Yes, I was waiting for him to finish so I can come to you. I saw you.
I apologize, and thank you for recognizing me. Something that the Vice Mayor Linares said before sparked a memory in me, and I can recall Citizen Giudice advocating for our disadvantaged communities. And as called out in the general plan, certainly A and B sections were one DAC, and then of course the other disadvantaged communities were in on the west side of town. And I recently toured both on Sunday. I recently toured both Rancho Feliz and Rancho Verde, and I would definitely say that they are for sure a community of interest. Furthermore, something else that he said that was interesting was that whole apartment complex on Enterprise, which was in the 3rd district at the time, and I recall walking those places 3 times during the last cycle, and I would agree with that. So I agree. A and B sections definitely communities of interest. I agree. The west side of town, or what is District 5, definitely communities of interest. I was a little surprised to see such a high concentration of Pacific Rim or Asian American population down in District 2. I believe it was 9%, if I'm not mistaken. So those are things that really resonated with me. And if everyone's going to come out and start, calling out maps, I also was very interested in map 97524 for those very reasons. So I just wanted to kind of chime in there, and I appreciate the opportunity to have a follow-up conversation.
So just to make sure I have my notes correctly here on the direction, is that one thing to consider is, again, those disadvantaged communities, often characterized by multifamily housing and apartment complexes, also characterized by some of their increased diversity, and that those are issues that I should look at, particularly as relates to sections A and B, and that 2 plans that may be worth consideration in that regard are 97524 and 86552. Is that a fair summary of the direction from the 2 previous council members? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yes, from this one.
Okay, so there's one more thing that you need to keep in mind, that the district that didn't vote has to be able to vote. And we need to make sure that there's minimal change into those districts while thinking about the communities of interest, the 1st district, and those that Council Member Giudice just cited, and Vice Mayor Linares as well. These are the main thing that needed to be, and also the constituent are clear on the fact that they want section to be whole. And in some of the maps that they put out there, it fits all these categories. So you know, I would like that to you keep that in mind while doing all of this. Also, Councilmember Stafford, do you
Thank you. I just wanted to say that when we did the districting last year, District 5 was at that time the second highest BIPOC community. And it was part of the consideration for what we did. So what we're doing here is not a huge difference from what we did before, but we've also had to add in all those new residents into Rohnert Park that we didn't have because we didn't have the census count last time that happened last year. So that's in 2020. So that's why some of the comments you're making that's what we had considered when we did that at the time. And the West Side by itself does not contain enough residents to be a separate entity. So that's why we have to connect to the East Side. And so actually District 2 and District 5 will have to vote next time. It's just who's going to be in District 2 and District 5 and the rest of the, because we're adding in University District and W, and those are extra people that we have to think about. So I appreciate everybody's comments, and I think that we're all trying to do the right thing for the community. I think we're trying to do what we want the people to want, and we are using their maps to look at and think about, and Michael to refine things, which is exactly what we want to do, and make it, because one thing that we came up with last time when we were doing it also was people would submit maps, but it wouldn't meet the criteria for what we had to have in terms of contiguous and population and all those different things. So I appreciate all the people who spend time submitting maps, because that's a huge thing to take that time and to care about your community enough to do that. So thank you to everyone who's done that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So we're going to end with Vice Mayor, and then we're going to have to give Mr. Wagman an actual plan or to hear if he understood what the plan is.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out, perhaps you're bringing the point up of folks voting and making sure that they're heard. But I just want to point out, there are three very similar maps that we were just talking about and agreed that met the criteria, in my opinion. And it very clearly shows them where they are. And so I hear you. But these maps that we're talking about were submitted by the public. So for the public, we're talking about your submitted maps. It's not something that we're amending right now. We're just talking about the maps that they provided and actually highlighting and providing positive feedback around it.
Right. Thank you so much. And that is a key point there too, because we wanted the public to know that what we're discussing is not something that we have created, but it's something that they submitted. And I wanted to go back to Mr. Wagman. Is that a clear plan for you for what we're going to be doing? Because I know that next time when you come, we would be discussing on the actual maps and why not. And also, I was wondering, what was your plan communicating with our constituent about, what will come next?
Sure. So, couple parts. One, this was a great discussion, exactly what I needed. Two, that remember what I said at the start, this was not the meeting where you had to reach consensus. So that there were different priorities is perfectly fine. And that's what you're going to see in the maps, because I don't know until I start fiddling now which of the things you said fit together neatly like puzzle pieces and which ones are in conflict with each other. And where there are things that are in conflict, that's where you're going to see different plans, where perhaps deferral gets more emphasis on one plan, and some of these multifamily housing issues get more emphasis on another. You'll be able to see those, and I'll describe those in the plans that I put together for those meetings, and those will probably also help you recognize what you're seeing then that you like or dislike in some of those public plans, because I'll be able to walk through some of those trade-offs and how one decision begets other decisions down the road. So this is exactly what I need. Again, for the public, they still have 2 weeks to submit their plans. And then at least a week before the next meeting, we'll have all of those public plans plus the plans I put together published, so that folks will be able to go those and look at those and see what they like and what they don't. That is not a final list of the plans, because at that third hearing, the council will be able to discuss those, identify what they like and what they don't. And that'll be when we start trying to hopefully move towards a consensus, start narrowing those options, identifying any refinements that you want to make as we move to hearing 4, where we'll make any final changes live and move towards a final plan, which is probably a good trigger for at some point handing things over to your council, who will talk about the legalities of that to be able to make sure that process can be done in a timely, efficient manner through resolution rather than ordinance.
Thank you. And I see our attorney just pop in.
Yes.
I don't know, do you have anything to add?
Yes, I'm here actually. I believe that discussion has concluded. Thank you, Mr. McWagaman. And my topic is more of an administrative nature, and that is that you will recall that when we adopted that first map, that map was adopted by ordinance, which is allowed by statute. The statute also allows the council, if you so desire, to also adopt by resolution. If you adopt by resolution, as you all know, it's a much more streamlined process. It doesn't require 2 readings. The map would be adopted on the evening that that the council chooses the map. That is something that we need an ordinance to amend, because we adopted the first map under ordinance 944, and the only way to amend it is through ordinance, unless we amend that ordinance to allow us to adopt the next map through resolution. So that's essentially what this action item is. It's just asking the council to introduce and then waive the first reading on a new ordinance that would amend our code to allow the council to adopt a map at the moment when they want to, by resolution versus ordinance. So it really is just an administrative task. I highly recommend it. It gives the council more time, more ability to consider public input, because it's not going to require 2 meetings in order to adopt the map. You would only need 1. So that concludes my presentation, and the action for the council. The recommended action is to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. So with that, we're gonna go for the ordinance for introduction of reading of title. Ordinance number 957, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Rohnert Park, adding a new section 266025, adopting of City Council district boundaries to Chapter 266, district election within Title II of the Rohnert Park Municipal Code to allow for adoption of the district boundaries by resolution.
Second.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Wait. Who moved? Who second?
I moved, Madam Mayor, and
I
second by Councilmember Stafford.
Thank you so much. So Sylvia, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, ma'am. Councilmember Giudice,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams,
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Linares,
Aye.
Mayor Elward.
Yes.
Motion passes by a 5-0 vote.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. And that conclude our item 7E. We would take a 10-minute break and come back at 7:40.
Recording stopped.
Is everybody here? Okay, I think council member Jay is not there. Okay, it's already 7:42. Oh, there he is. We're gonna resume the
Recording in progress.
Okay, welcome back. We are gonna continue our meeting, and like discussed previously, we're gonna go back to our item 7D. Consider adopting a resolution approving amendment to the recreation facility use master fees schedule. And we will go to Darren for the staff report.
Thank you. This item is one that you've seen before, and we're coming back with some updates based on your direction. And Cindy Bagley, our Director of Community Services, is going to present this item.
Hi, Cindy.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you. I'm just going to attempt to share my screen. If you just give me one moment. And can we all see that? Great. Okay, so as the city manager mentioned, that this is an item that came to the council back in September. At that time, we were presenting options to change some fees across our recreation facilities to add some non-peak user times at the Rohnert Park Senior Center to accommodate some of our nonprofit organizations using that facility, as well as bringing all of our facilities and how we price them in line for equity. So we created a new structure. At that time, the council approved all of the staff's recommendations, except for the fees at Burton Avenue Recreation Center were going to be too high for the Rohnert Park Chorale and the Rohnert Park Community Band. So the council asked that we bring back some options to consider to help those groups still utilize the facility and not have to pay the additional fees that we were recommending for other users of that space during peak times. Since the time that we met in September, there has been another fee that we would like to bring forth to the council to adopt as part of the fee schedule, which we currently don't have, and that is a fee for youth swim teams at city pools. So in this report, we'll be talking about the fees that we would like to propose for the Rohnert Park Community Band and the Chorale, and also the fees for youth swim teams. So for the Rohnert Park and Community Band and the Rohnert Park Chorale, we would recommend creating a fee specifically for each of those user groups at Burton Avenue Recreation Center. We do have precedent set through some of our other users of city facilities. The Best Friends Canine Club has a fee specifically for them, as well as the Rohnert Park Tennis Club. And that's based on the high community benefit that both of these groups offer, as well as the work that they do within those facilities. Both the Rohnert Park Band and the Chorale have been long-standing renters at Burton Avenue Recreation Center, and both groups have invested multiple volunteer hours and finances to help improve the interior of the facility. And these groups both offer a high community benefit, both through the participation of residents participating in their clubs, but also by participating in city organizational events in the community. We believe that these do justify giving these two groups a separate user fee to be able to continue using the Burton Avenue Recreation Center. Just to give the council a reminder of what we were proposing in the last council meeting, the current rate that those two groups pay is $16 an hour for the peak use time, and the proposed rate for peak times for nonprofit organizations at Burton was $71. You can see there would have been a huge hike in the fees that they would be paying. So we are proposing to charge each group $25 an hour for their use. We have consulted with both organizations. They both agree that the increase in fee there is justified and that it would be subject to the 2% annual increase that applies to all of our facility rental fees. Both groups are in a contract to use Burton Avenue Recreation Center through the rest of this school year. They both take breaks off during the summer when we have our camp program there, and then they come back next school year. So that's when the new fees would take effect for them. So we'd still be honoring the $16 an hour for the rest of this school year. Moving on to the proposed fee for the youth swim team. Right now, we have two different types of swim teams that use our pool. Right now, they all use Honeybee Pool. That's the Piranha swim team, who have been in an annual contract for that use. The Rancho Cotati High School swim team and the Tech High School swim team, which use our facility through our joint use agreement. The council previously has expressed that youth sports provide a very high community benefit, which staff endorses and believes truly. The fees that we set for the swim teams through their contracts have been based solely on lifeguard costs. We have not been charging for full-time staff overhead or for chemicals or the heating of the pool. We believe that the high benefit that these teams provide to the community really just warrants covering the cost of our lifeguards. The Piranhas came to us and let us know that they are no longer going to be renewing their contract for use of Honeybee Pool, and that's because their governing body, USA Swimming, has determined that Honeybee Pool no longer meets the qualification for competition. Honeybee Pool is grandfathered in because they've been using it for so long, but they felt like for the safety of their swimmers that they would be pursuing looking for a pool that could be passed through the USA Swimming Foundation. That said, they would be interested in continuing to have opportunities to rent the pool on occasion. And right now, we don't have any fees in our fee schedule set for this type of use. We only have fees set for private swim parties. These are people that want to have their kid's 8th birthday party at the pool and want to reserve the space, which requires a high number of lifeguards and oversight, which we don't need for swim teams. So that's this table shows here that minimum current private rental rate is $119 an hour. This does not represent the kind of fee we would charge to a youth sports organization like we do for our sports fields. So we did an analysis and determined that we feel as staff that the best rate for the swim teams to cover just the cost of lifeguards for their use would be $45 an hour. And then we'd apply that resident discount for swim teams that had at least 50% or more of their participants living in Rohnert Park at $40. And then this fee would also be subject to the annual 2% increase applied to facility rentals. So staff is recommending tonight that the City Council adopt the resolution to accept the fees presented to the Council at the September 25th meeting, as well as the fees presented in this presentation. And I will entertain questions.
Thank you so much, Cindy, for the presentation. So I'm going to turn to my council colleague, Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Cindy. I think that was pretty clear. I don't have any questions. I appreciate the time you took to provide us with such thorough information.
Councilmember Giudice.
No questions. Great presentation.
Councilmember Stafford.
I don't have any questions. I think these fees you're proposing are fair, and I'm really sorry that piranhas are going away. They've been a part of the community for a long time, so that's sad. But
thank you, Vice Mayor Leonardes.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I just comment. There's times where we need to be flexible, and obviously this is one of those times. And Cindy, you mentioned it a few times that the high community benefit really warrants this being one of those times. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't really have questions or comment myself, but great presentation. We are gonna turn to the public to get some public comment. Sylvia, do we have anybody that is willing to make a public comment on this item?
No, Mayor, I don't see anybody raising their hand to make a comment.
Thank you. Then we're gonna move into a motion to approve the resolution for adoption, resolution 2022-009, adopting the amended recreation facility use fee schedule.
so moved.
Second.
Second, thank you. Sylvia, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Giudice,
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams,
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Linares,
Yes.
Mayor Elwert.
Yes.
Motion passes by a 5-0 vote.
Thank you so much, Cindy. And again, great work.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move into item 7F, discussion and direction regarding city protocols. We will have our city manager, Darren.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, so the item tonight is to receive an update on existing city council protocols and providing a direction to the that the council might have regarding the protocols. And I'll give you kind of my philosophy, and that is that all organizational problems or conflicts come down to a lack of clarity or a lack of agreement on who is doing what and how are they doing it. And what the protocols do for us is it says, well, who does what and how do they do it? And it covers things like council meetings, community relations, administrative support, council assignments, boards, commissions, committee appointments. And it gives us basically a playbook of how council operations are managed. Originally adopted in 2008, they have been amended 5 times since then. So it really is a living document where we want the practices and the protocols to match each other. Most recently, the protocols were updated 3 years ago in January 2019. The item before you tonight is because we had 2 council members on October 21st or October 26, 2021 say under matters from and for council that they want to have a review of the protocols. That's an example, actually, of one of the items in the protocols, and that is the protocols say 2 people can put something on a future agenda. The protocol could say 1 person, it could say 3 people, right? But it says 2, and so that's what we follow. And that's just an example of how we use these. Every council meeting actually is referring to items that are in the city council protocols, and a lot of them are repeated on the agenda for the benefit of the council and the public. As we're reviewing these, there are some items that I have highlighted that are just something I want to mention, something that I think is noteworthy, a friendly reminder. And then there are a number of items that during our review of the protocols, we determined that there may be some inconsistency between what the protocols say and some of the habits that we've developed. And so we need to check in with the council and see, should we adjust the protocols to match our current practices, or should we bring our practices back in line with what's stated in the protocols? And so I'll go through the review, and then we can circle back after hearing from the public with the council, and then take the items one by one and hopefully reach a consensus on each of them. Keep the protocol the way it is and change the practice to match, or change the protocol to match our practice. There are also some that we'll just acknowledge that may need a little more than just that sort of black and white decision. And it may be that the council wants to have a discussion about, well, maybe we need to rewrite it to be something different altogether. There's one that we're suggesting is an issue that has come up of a lack of a protocol. And so we'll talk about that too. We don't have to resolve those more extensive items tonight, but we can come back to you and propose something. But we do need enough direction to sort of direct which way we should head as we're doing our work. So at this point, I'm going to share the protocols with you on my screen. Okay, so Rohnert Park City Council protocols. The first item to highlight is the council must meet regularly, however, at least once a month. So some cities, for example, skip the month of July. Our protocols say that we cannot have no meetings in any month. So we have to have at least one meeting a month, in other words. So just a reminder, what happens if, for example, the mayor and the vice mayor were both to be absent? In that case, the remaining council members choose another council member to act as mayor pro tem, and that person, for the time being, will have the powers of the mayor. So sometimes there might be an instance where there's a project or something that's within a certain distance of council members' houses, or they have some other type of conflict. And so that's how that's handled. We have a provision that the council members may submit written comments and read them for the record. And in that case, they're submitted to the city clerk to be placed on file with the archives of the agenda items, and if requested, attached to the original set of minutes. In the general order of business says, the mayor may, with the majority vote of the council, reorder items on the agenda to accommodate the public or to address other concerns. And you actually saw an example of this earlier tonight. And it also says, because sometimes we get a question, well, is closed session at the beginning of the meeting? Is it at the end of the meeting? And the protocols say a closed session may be held at any time during a meeting. Excuse me. Apologize. So one thing I did want to highlight is the Brown Act requires 72 hours notice for posting of the agenda and the agenda material. So that would really be for us, I think, Saturday night. Of course, we put our packet out typically in the protocol say we put it out on Thursday. So we actually give 2 extra days for the public and the council to review the agenda items, agenda and material. Friday delivery is allowed with city manager approval. And then the other thing to note on here is it says any writings or documents subject to disclosure that are provided to all or majority of the members of the city council regarding any item on this agenda after the agenda has been distributed will be made available for public inspection at City Hall during normal business hours. In addition to that, the court has ruled that materials cannot be provided after hours. And so I'll give you an example of where these two provisions sort of came together. This last week was we were, dealing with the COVID issues and developing this alternative agenda and to have it be done virtually. And we got it done, but it wasn't until 6 o'clock on Thursday night. And so we weren't able to provide the materials to the council because they couldn't be provided to the public while City Hall was open. And so we had to provide them on Friday instead. Covered that. So on presentations, there's an item on our agenda right at the beginning, presentations, and this says all presentations will be calendared to the city clerk and will be limited to a time period not to exceed 15 minutes cumulative for all presentations. So the protocols say we really should be done with presentations by 5:15. And the reason this is being raised as an inconsistency is there's been times this last year, definitely 45 minutes into the meeting, we're still in presentations. On this next section talks about listing meetings on the agenda, and it says only meetings of those council committees, liaisons, commissions, committees, and boards which are appointed by the council may be listed on the agenda. In other words, mayors and council members association appointees or other appointments are not to be listed on the agenda. So things like ABAG, executive committee, the LAFCO, Golden Gate Bridge District are not listed. Now, council members still may report on those meetings under other reports. They're simply not listed. Matters from and for council, like we talked about this, but a key reminder is if a council member, any one council member can put something on matters from and for council, but it has to be done before the meeting and it has to be on the agenda. It can't be brought up at the meeting, which is what it says under 3. An item may not be added under matters from and for council at the city council meeting, and that's to make sure the public has advance notice of what the council is going to be talking about at their meetings. The rules of conduct are governed by Rosenberg's Rules of Order, and we append onto the protocols an actual copy of that. Next thing is the protocols say the presiding officer or such member of the city staff as he or she may designate, for example, the clerk or the city manager, will verbally restate the question immediately prior to calling for the vote. And there have been times where this has not been done. But the reason for that is we really want the council and the public to be clear on what everyone is going to be voting on. So another protocol is regarding the use of electronic devices, and it says council members shall give their sole attention to the proceedings and shall refrain from using electronic devices such as computers, cell phones, pagers, personal devices, what are PDAs, other electronic devices for the purpose of sending or receiving external communications. And this is flagged for inconsistency because we have had text messages and things like that being sent to council members during the meetings. Under rules of debate, it says questions to staff. Every council member desiring the question of city staff will, after recognition by the mayor, address his or her question to the city manager, city attorney, or city clerk. Sorry, I was navigating this, apologize. The next one is interruptions, and this did come up earlier tonight. A council member once oh no, this is not quite there. A council member once recognized will not be interrupted, and I think the council is really good about that. There have been a couple times this year when we did have some interruptions. And then no council member will be allowed to speak more than once upon a particular subject until every council member desiring to do so has spoken. And that's the one that came up earlier. And I flagged this for consistency because we haven't always been consistent on that. Under disqualification for conflict of interest, a council member stating disqualification will not be counted as part of the quorum and will be considered absent for the purpose of determining an outcome for the vote. So for example, if we had only 3 council members at a meeting and one of them was conflicted, then we would not be able to have a council meeting on that item. So just by way of example. So what happens if there's a tie vote? Tie vote is a lost motion, and maybe you can reconsider at a subsequent meeting upon a motion passed by the council to reconsider the item. So the council would have to come back and reconsider that. A council member can change their vote, but only if they ask to do so immediately following the announcement of the vote. In other words, when Sylvia or Elizabeth says the vote is, 401 or something, then the council member has to speak up right then and say, oh no, actually, I voted no or something, right? But before the next item comes up, and this has been an issue at least once. Reconsideration, a motion to reconsider an action taken by the council may be made only on the day the action was taken. And so you really can't come next council meeting and say, we want to reconsider this. At least that's what the protocols say. It doesn't prevent a council member from making or remaking the same or another motion at a subsequent meeting of the council. So it's sort of nuanced here. It's like you can change what you did, and not have it be called a reconsideration, right? So the next thing is looking at talking about speaker cards. And this says that the speaker cards will be called by the mayor in the order in which they submit their speaker cards. So we need to have a system so that the mayor knows the order that the cards were submitted in, perhaps numbering them, something like that. So the first public comment period we have at the beginning of the meeting is limited to 30 minutes for all the speakers. Again, it says speaker cards will be called by the mayor in order, and the person is to state their name and address for the record. However, we cannot require that. We do ask that as a courtesy. And again, the council cannot, and people, they'll ask questions or raise issues. I want you to talk about this tonight. Well, state law, which is called the Brown Act for open meetings, says, well, you need to tell the public in advance what you're going to talk about. And so that is why the council cannot deliberate or vote on matters raised during public comments, because we haven't given everybody else a chance to know that you're going to be talking about it at that time. So talking about questions during public comments. So sometimes we had an example tonight that someone makes a public comment. It should be directed to the mayor, and the mayor will determine whether and in what manner the answer will be provided. In this case, the consultant answered it. If a council, so that's kind of the end of that. And then separately, if a council member believes that a material misstatement of fact has been made by a person during public comments, council member may ask the city manager or city attorney to correct or otherwise clarify the matter, or the council member may provide direct response at that time. So it's really just sort of correcting the record. If immediate response is not possible, correction or clarification will be provided at the next regular council meeting. And the council or the mayor may alter the time allocations based on the complexity of an item or the number of persons wishing to speak on an item. And you've seen this happen over the last year. So we have something called comment cards, which are different, which are speaker cards that people use to only make a comment, which I think we need to make it clear that people have this option. And this is where they don't make their comments, they just submit them. And people can appoint a spokesperson and sort of yield their time to the spokesperson, according to the protocols. Under community relations, it says the mayor will act as the ceremonial representative. And I think it's not explicit in here, but staff has sort of had a practice of supporting the mayor as a spokesperson on more than just ceremonial events. So it's something that we may want to talk about. How people submit requests for proclamations, and the protocols say that they have to do that 4 weeks prior to the council meeting. Well, we haven't been holding people to that. We try to work with them and help them, get their requests to the mayor. But one thing to be aware of here is that it says that if a request is submitted and there's some question about whether it's, appropriate, the mayor will place the item on the agenda for council consideration. We've not done that. And I think we may want to talk about whether that's how you want to handle this, because you could have all kind of different proclamations. Imagine the most offensive group, and then you have to put it on the agenda and you have to discuss it, right? So you should think carefully about that. And then number 5 talks about requesting a dedication of a municipal building or room. The council adopted a policy on the naming of facilities. So if I amend this and take that out and perhaps refer to that policy. So talking about council member participation in community activities. And from time to time, council members may choose to participate in community activities, committees, events, and task forces. And when they do that, the council member is an interested party rather than acting on behalf of the city council. And acting or participating on behalf of the city council is limited to those instances when the council has said formally designated the council member as a representative for the matter. So this can be a real problematic issue. And so the council should probably, talk about it, or just make sure that anytime, you're out there saying, participating in one of these groups, that it's you as an individual and not you representing the council, unless the council has said, we want you to go to this group and represent our interests, right? Or like an example might be, the council told us to write a letter to the county supervisors, with the city's position. As long as the council member going to those meetings is representing that council position, that's fine, right? Because it's been that designated position, at least I think. Just a reminder, anytime council members go to anything at the expense of the city, the law requires that you report out to it at the next regular council meeting. So we try to help you with that. We try to catch those, but it's really up to the council member to make sure that they're doing that. You could put that under other reports. Administrative support for the council. We do have staff that supports the council. And this says that all council member correspondence written with city resources will reflect the position of the full council and not individual council member positions. So council members are not to write letters using letterhead for their own positions. And I recommend that we provide administrative support without, the full council weighing in, that we can send like thank you letters, courtesy things for elected officials, or like SSU and the Rohnert Park Unified School District. If they join us at an event or do something, we ought to be able to provide sort of that goodwill type things without having to take a letter to the council for approval. So that's my suggestion. If a council member desires staff action regarding an individually received mail, such as having it listed on the agenda or requesting a response from staff. So anytime you want a response from staff, the protocol says you will submit it to the city manager. I think, early on in the year, we had council members sending stuff straight to staff and not copying me. The protocols say that you're not to do that. I'm fine with you sending it to both of us, me and the staff person, although I will say we've had some public work stuff sent to the HR director, and, so it might be cleaner just to send it to me and say, hey, can you have a staff person follow up? Let's see. On other correspondence, it routed to the city manager, right? By the city manager to the department head or to the staff person. So this talks about correspondence, including email, will be prepared by and sent at the expense of individual council members. So I have had instances where council members say, hey, write me a response to this email and I'll send it. And the protocols really say that we're not to do that. So we need to adjust either what we're doing or the requests that you're making of us, some of you. And this is limited, it's not a lot, but it's really a matter of, if you want a staff response, just forward it to us. We'll respond, we'll copy the rest of the council. It's fine. So this, and I distinguish this from like, we're doing a home key project and the staff sends you talking points, right? You can cut and paste and do those things. That's fine. Just when you get like a constituent email and it says, hey, write a response for me so I can send it. That's really not per the protocols. You can change the protocols to say that is how you want it to be handled. Okay, just to be clear. this is something I think we need to just delete. And it says, at a council meeting, a council member may suggest that the city take a position on a proposed state or federal legislative matter, and with the majority vote of the council, a letter will be prepared and sent. That really does not comply with the Brown Act, as far as I read it. You would need to put it on the agenda in advance. You can't bring it up at the meeting. So we just need to probably fix that. In terms of lobbying and sending letters to the legislature, the protocols do allow that after consultation between the mayor and the city manager, a letter may be prepared immediately for the mayor's signature, with copies being provided to the whole council when it's extremely beneficial or extremely detrimental to the city's interests, and where there's insufficient time to put it on the agenda. So an example of this is particularly appropriate if we're taking a position that's the same as the League of California Cities. So we do provide support to the council about you sending letters in to the Mayors and Council Members Association when you have an interest in a seat on one of those bodies, and you don't need, council permission to send those letters. That's per the protocols. Requests for information. So council members can ask for information from me or from the city attorney when it's anticipated that it'll be completed by me or city attorney in less than an hour. So council member requests for research that are anticipated to take more than 1 hour should be directed to the city manager. Requests for legal review that are anticipated to take more than an hour to complete shall be directed to the council for consideration. That's pretty strict. That, you might want to think about that. Requests for new information or policy direction will be brought to the full council at a regular meeting for consideration. So we definitely work for the council and as compared to for individual council members. Switching gears here, there's a list of events where the staff is to notify the council more or less immediately, during waking hours. And it has in here the major injury or death of a city employee. And the question is, do you want to know, do we want to add council member, commissioners? And then I raised the issue of do you want to have a council protocol about what types of gifts and things like that does the council send to someone who's grieving? We had the issue come up, and there's really, your protocols are silent on that, and it's better if you kind of work that out in advance. We'll see later tonight, the mayor assigns liaison assignments to outside agencies, committees, and commissions, and the council ratifies those. And just to be clear here, sometimes we get, you'll get a constituent that says, hey, I'm having a problem with my project, and I want you to come and meet with me and the staff. And that protocol say that the council members are not to do that. Individual council members should refrain from attending meetings organized or chaired by city staff, which are not open to the public. And so those are private meetings on a development, things like that. And so council members are, and you will be asked a lot, can you help me out? Can you, come and talk about my permit? And your protocols say that you're not to do that. Outside agency, mayor nominates, council confirms, which you'll be doing later tonight. Committees, well, these are 2 council member committees, are appointed by the mayor. And one thing where we haven't been totally consistent on staff is meeting agendas for these subcommittee meetings where there's 2 council members will be compiled by staff with input from each committee member. We haven't always done that. We should talk about that. And then committee recommendations. So these 2 council members meet, they come back to the council, and this says committee findings and recommendations should be presented to the council in a written document. And that's really not done. And it may be a little, I think council members should be able to report out orally what they're doing. So the attendance policy for your city commissions, committees, and boards, it says that illness or other unavoidable circumstances, then that is an excused absence. Well, we've had commissioners that they missed 4 or 5 meetings in 6 months, say, well, I'm on vacation, you know. Is that an unavoidable circumstance? And the second thing it says is the chair of the commission or committee shall notify the city manager promptly of all absences that are excused for cause. And I cannot tell you of a single instance when I've ever been notified of an excused absence for cause. So we do have an inconsistency there. And just a reminder, you're pretty strict about the use of the council chambers. And it says that it would have to be approved by the city council 2 weeks prior to the event. So it really can only be used by like the League of Women Voters for a council candidates forum. And, you know, we do have some people that want to use it to film something, things like that. A failure to observe the protocols. It says that a failure to strictly observe does not affect the jurisdiction of the council or invalidate action taken at the meeting that is otherwise held in conformity with the law. So state law trumps, and we, you know, as long as we comply with state law. That's basically the review of the protocols. At this time, I'd recommend you take public comments. Then we can circle back on the items where we've identified there being an inconsistency.
Thank you so much, Darren. So Sylvia, do we have anybody that would like to make a comment?
No, Mayor, we don't have anybody using the raise your hand feature to provide any comments at this moment.
Okay, thank you. So I will circle back and come to my colleague and see. We need to. This will be long, but it has to be done because that will benefit that will not only benefit us, but it will keep the level of communication clear and simple for anyone that will come after us or, you know, for the future. So I think this is really important for us to take the time to go through this. It's going to be painful, but it's better to do that now than to have something in the future that the communication is not there. So
the first one, Mayor, would be on presentations.
Yes.
The time period not to exceed 15 minutes. So it might be helpful just kind of go down the line. Council, do you want to change the protocols to allow more time, or do you want to keep it 15 minutes? And if we're keeping it 15 minutes, you know, is that solely the responsibility of the mayor, or do other council members want to say, hey, we're at 15 minutes, you got to cut this off? Or, you know, that's the first one to talk about.
All right. So Councilmember Adams.
Thank you. And I appreciate your honesty here. This is going to be painful. This is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you, kind of right? I think we should keep it to 15 minutes. And I think it is very generous of the mayor to say, would all the council members like to make a comment? But sometimes that's necessary and important, but most of the time I think we award the proclamation and move on to the next part of the meeting. So I would opt for the 15 minutes total.
Thank you. Councilmember Duduche.
I think 15 minutes is fine for the presentation. We should allow for 5-minute Q&A. So I would vote to take it to 20. And I think the mayor should be in charge of cutting off the presentation at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford.
Thank you. I think 15 minutes is appropriate. We've kind of done that in the past, been close to that in all the years I've been on the council. So I think that we can do it in that amount of time. That doesn't count the department head briefings. So I think presentations could be kept to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Linares.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to 15 minutes, but you know, is that more of a wish and hopeful thinking, or can we realistically get it done in 15 minutes? Or should we extend because we're likely to surpass it? Why set ourselves up for failure?
Is that a question or is it's a comment?
It's a comment and a question, perhaps, if we all want to discuss that. Only because I don't think we have yet to do a 15-minute slot.
So what I would say, 15 minutes is okay, but we need to make room a little bit for the Q&A. And I think 5 minutes, if we add the 5 minutes into it and a total of 20 minutes, just in case, I think that will be reasonable for each presentation to have a 10, 15-minute presentation and 5 minutes Q&A to sum up everything. I don't know if that is something that the council will agree to do.
Yes. Well, you got 2 at 15 and 2 at 20 and Willie in the middle.
I'm not opposed to 20 minutes.
All right. We'll change it to 20.
Okay.
Councilmember Adams, I thought you raised your hand.
I did, but I'm in response to the vice mayor's comment, I think if we're aiming towards 15 minutes and we start to kind of have some self-discipline there, I think we'll be able to do it and kind of realize that, we need sometimes there is going to be a reason to maybe even go past 20 minutes. But most of the time, I think we kind of try to keep it to 15 minutes, or if the majority wants 20 minutes, that's fine as well. But I think we just need to, have some discipline on these things.
Well, the 20 minutes, just in case, right. Some items are too large to keep it into 15 minutes, and just to wiggle a little bit of room and not in that, to just keep it into that 20-minute range from beginning to end.
Okay, the next one is only council appointed assignments are listed on the agenda. You want to keep that? You want to change that?
I think we should. Do you just want us to speak out, or do you want to wait?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, I think we should just have council appointed. I mean, I serve on ABAG at the behest of mayors and councils. So if I'm reporting to our council, then I should really be going to all those other council meetings. And I think we need to go back to the things that the mayor assigns us to. Those are the things that we report back to the mayor and the council on.
Councilmember Jujuche.
I think we're getting into dangerous waters. I think we should be required as council members to report out on all appointed boards locally, county, state, or if there are any United States of America boards. I think there have been times on this council when council members have not done that and there hasn't been full disclosure. I can recall a couple of times. So I think it's very important that I report out on GGB, that Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams reports out on ABAG, et cetera, because I think that those are things that affect the city. So I think they should be listed, and I think that we should, as elected officials, report out on those things. And I think those are things that the constituents may want to hear about too. So I'm just one vote, but that's how I feel about that.
Councilmember Stafford.
Yes, I think it should be the appointments by the mayor that should be listed on the agenda and reported out. As our city manager said, under matters from the council, if someone has had a meeting that affects what happens to us, I think then report out. But I'm on LAFCO, and I've been on LAFCO a long time, and last year is the first time I was ever listed on the agenda. But if something came up on LAFCO that affected Rohnert Park, I would bring it to the council and let them know about it. So I think that is more effective than listing, 20 things or everything that anybody goes to. I just don't think that's what our job is.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Linares.
I have to say, speaking second to last is really difficult. I think speaking second is easier because I'm able to throw it out. My thoughts are that there's, I think, perhaps, I'm not saying any of us, but if there's times where something is not reported on and then we say, hey, why didn't you tell us about that? It could get into a gray area where, hey, I don't have to, or, I didn't know I had to. So I think I agree with Council Member Giudice on reporting out, and, our meetings get longer because of that, but, that's the work we do. And perhaps, an unwritten code of all of us is let's make it quick and snappy.
Thank you so much. It's true that it's hard, especially talking last person. So I would just say that I agree with what Councilmember Giudice just said about reporting on the committees and appointment and why not that we do it. And this is just because of transparency, not about, the person itself, but, our constituent wanted to know what we do. And if we don't report, or even if ourselves between colleagues, we are not aware of what has been happening, like like Vice Mayor Rohnert said, it can bring us to gray area. So we're trying to avoid those kind of things. And I have to agree that we have to be able to report, and this is the job that we've chosen to do. And the meetings might be long, but it's a painful road. I think we should report on those committees that we are sent to.
Okay, we will change it to match your direction. Under the presiding officer, the question to be restated, either the mayor or the city staff should verbally restate the question. And I would recommend that we do this and not change the protocol. I think this is important. It can be either the mayor, or I would probably suggest that the city clerk do it, because that's what, they're going to record in their minutes, right? So that's a good practice. So I'd recommend that we would bring our practice in line with this protocol.
Thank you. Councilmember Adams.
I agree. Just to clarify, Mr. City Manager, sorry, you're suggesting that the city clerk read the item back before it's voted on and then call the vote?
It's up to the mayor. According to the protocol, it's up to the mayor. So, okay. I'm saying if they do designate a staff member, then the one that they designate should probably be the clerk.
Okay, thank you. That's fine with me.
Agreed.
Okay. Councilmember Giudice?
Agree, Mayor.
Yes.
I also agree, Mayor.
All right, so we all agree on that one. I also agree that should be the protocol.
Okay, yeah, use of electronic devices. Council members are really not to use their electronic devices for sending or receiving external communication.
Councilmember, I see that Madam Attorney just pop in.
Yes, and I would just like to add that part of this protocol is a legal requirement in appeals and where we are dealing with due process issues for private property owners. So I would ask that the council talk about it, but understand that if you eliminate it entirely, I will be sending you communications and emails about not doing that during certain types of hearings.
Yeah, and the basic idea is that anything that's going into the council's consideration on, for example, land use matters should be something that all of the public hears and participates in, is the basic concept.
All right.
And I know the city manager gave his recommendation on some of these protocols. I would tell you that my recommendation is to maintain this protocol simply because I like having this protocol. I have used it. saying, no, you know, it is against our protocols to text. So council members are not doing that. So for what it's worth, my recommendation would be to keep this in.
Okay. So all in favor?
Can Madam Mayor, may I ask one question? Through you to the city attorney. I thought part of this was for transparency, since we all need to have the same information going into our meeting and all the same information for the public. So if people are getting information during the meeting from outside sources, I thought that was part of why we did this in the first place.
That's part of it, but that transparency, it's not a Brown Act issue necessarily in all circumstances. Okay. It is when, as you know, the city manager alluded to, in land use decisions. But it's not in every decision, which is why you could take this out, but then I would be sending you communications, privileged communications, telling you, please don't do that on this item.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, Councilmember Adam.
Oh, I think we need to go with the city manager and city attorney's recommendations here.
Thank you. Councilmember Giudice.
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Stafford.
Yes, keep it in.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Linares.
Yes, thank you. I think, yeah, we need to do a better job of not enforcing, but following this better. I think we owe it to our colleagues and our residents to stay off our devices.
And I am also in favor of this. Let's just follow the rules the way it is.
Okay, the next one, it says, apologize, it's split between 2 pages, but questions to staff. Every council member desiring to question city staff will, after recognition by the mayor, address his or her questions to the city manager, city attorney, or city clerk. Now, you know, I have mixed feelings about this, I'll be honest with you. In our form of government, yeah, you're supposed to work through the manager, right? But then again, we have staff who just gave a presentation and there's a simple question. And I don't want to make it sort of overly complicated. On the other hand, there's times when the council asks staff questions that are sort of beyond the scope of what staff knows, and it probably should go through the manager. So I'm not giving you really clear direction on this, and I apologize for that because I think it is a little bit nuanced. You know, it's sort of the, and so maybe we try it for a little while. Just, you know, you turn to the manager and say, well, you know, what about this? And then I say, oh, well, staff should probably answer that. And we try to follow the protocols for a little while and see how it goes. I don't know. I apologize for not giving a strong recommendation here because I think it is, there's some subtleties to this.
Councilmember Adams.
I respect that you're trying to not make it cumbersome to hear a report and then just say, hey, really quick question about this. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm hesitant to say, let's go ahead and say, Mr. City Manager, can I go ahead and just ask some questions, or do I need to ask a question to you and then you ask it to them? I mean, either way to me is fine. What's more comfortable for you as the manager of the city is where I'm looking for direction, more specific direction.
If I may, Mayor, respond to that.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's fine. I think it's fine to ask me your questions, you know. And for me to say, you know what, it's best if, you know, Anna answers that, right? I think that's fine.
Thank you. Then I think that's what we should do.
Councilmember Giudice.
I agree with Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams. All roads go through Darren. He can give a quick nod to whoever's going to answer the question.
All right. Councilmember Stafford.
I agree if we also go through the mayor first to go to you. I think the mayor needs to acknowledge that we are going to be speaking to somebody else. And then going from there is fine.
Vice Mayor Linares.
I'm good with Darren's and sounds like the rest of the council's recommendation.
Yeah, the council right now is a little split, right? I hear Councilmember Stafford suggesting something else and Councilmember,
No, it's not.
no?
Yeah, sorry, just to clarify, if I may, Mayor, what it says is the council member desiring to ask a question of staff after recognition by the presiding officer. So she's saying follow this protocol that says, mayor recognizes them. Okay, Councilmember Stafford has a question, that's what she was saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Right?
you for clarifying.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Okay.
Correct. Okay. So I will go with this, what we have right now.
Okay.
It makes more sense, and I think we don't need to change it for something else.
Okay. The next one is no council member will be allowed to speak more than once on a particular subject until every council member desiring to do so has spoken.
Councilmember Adams.
I think that's a fair rule to keep in place, a fair protocol.
Councilmember Duduche. Councilmember Duduche.
I agree with Councilmember Adams, but through the chair, I believe we skipped over number 6 on my cheat sheet that was sent to me on 12/1. Number 6 said a council member once recognized will not be interrupted. Are we coming back to that one? I apologize.
Well, I had that highlighted here as something to remind the council of. I don't think you're going to say yes, we should interrupt each other. So I wasn't going to take that one up, but we absolutely can if it's the pleasure of the council.
No.
Councilmember Adams.
I think people have been pretty respectful of one another here in the interrupting department. I mean, now and again, you sort of something exciting just spills right out, and oops, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. But I don't think there's any ill intentions there at all. I don't see this as an issue. I think we're very respectful to one another. At least I feel like we are. If that's not the case, somebody better point it out to me. So,
Councilmember Duduche.
I agree with Councilmember Adams. I just wanted to make sure that we were going down the list. That's all. Thank you. I agree with both of those points.
Yes, and I agree. Keep it. Absolutely.
Vice Mayor Linares.
Yeah, no change necessary.
Yes, I don't see the reason to make a change on that one neither.
Okay, so I think, Mayor, we were on no council member be allowed to speak more than once, and I think Councilmember Giudice was speaking about this.
Okay. So I'll go back to Councilmember Giudice.
Yeah, I have that as number 7. It says no council member will be allowed to speak more than once upon a particular subject until every other council member desiring to do so has spoken, and I agree with that.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford.
Yes, I do. I totally agree with that because as Vice Mayor Linares said, it's hard enough to be second to last, but if everybody's interrupting, you're never going to get there. So, yes.
That's true. Vice Mayor Linares?
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. Did I forget Councilmember Adams? No?
No, she spoke on this and agreed with it. Yeah.
Okay, and I also agree with this.
Okay. Skipping to the next one here. When it comes to the community relations, it says the mayor to act as council's ceremonial representative. The mayor has been delegated responsibility to act as the council's ceremonial representative at public events and functions. And like I said, we sort of, as staff, have kind of defer to the mayor as being a spokesperson. For example, we supported past mayors with doing videos to the community about like COVID and different updates and things like that. And I mean, it's not strictly in the protocols that we're supposed to provide that type of support. I recommend that we probably should at least have someone other than city staff speaking on behalf of the city. I think is important. And I think it probably should be the mayor unless the mayor's not available. But the protocols don't say that. So, and I think they should.
Councilmember Adams.
So what you're looking for here is, do we agree that at ceremonial events, the mayor should be the spokesperson? As that's what you're looking for here?
Well, no, I'm saying we need to add that it's more than just ceremonial events.
For instance?
Well, like a video to the community about any city business.
Well,
hey, here's an update on the homeless camp. I think some things are better if they're done by an elected official than by a city staff person. And I think that the default should be that it's the mayor.
Oh, I agree, and I think when it's something, for instance, a video was recently done by the mayor where she was sort of giving a report on different things in Rohnert Park, filmed by the communications team in Rohnert Park and shared with citizens of Rohnert Park. I'm 100% for that. I'm wondering, is there anything in the protocols about when it's outside the city with other cities? That's where I don't know if there's a place where we talk about that, but in the case that you're speaking of right here, I'm 100% for that. I think in the video that was just produced was very nice, very nicely done.
Okay. Councilmember Judice.
Yeah, the video was very nice, and I agree 100%. You're the spokesperson.
Okay. Councilmember Stafford.
Yes, I also agree, but I think it also needs to be just city stuff that the mayor is representing. That, as you stated in an earlier part of this protocol, when we are speaking for ourselves, we're speaking for ourselves. So if the mayor is speaking for the city, I'm all for that. That's fine. But when it's a city designated agenda.
Vice Mayor Lenares.
I agree as well.
Thank you. And I do agree as well. That
okay. We have a provision here that says if someone wants a proclamation or resolution, they have to provide it 4 weeks in advance. I think that's maybe ideally 4 weeks in advance, but that seems overly burdensome. So recommend editing that to like something less than 4 weeks.
So what do you recommend? 1 week?
No, I would say like 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Adams, what?
I can support the city manager's recommendation, yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Judice.
Thank you, Mayor, as do I. 2 weeks sounds great.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford.
Thank you. 2 weeks is great.
Thank you. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Lenares.
I support the recommendation of the city manager.
Thank you. So do I. I do support the city manager recommendation as well.
The next one that I am recommending that we change or delete is if a request for a proclamation or resolution is submitted where the subject matter is questionable as to its appropriateness, the mayor will place the item on the agenda for the council consideration. I recommend that we delete that. I think that part of being the mayor, and I'll tell you, all of these things per the protocol are submitted to the city manager and the mayor. And so we do screen them for appropriateness, and I don't think that something that we think is inappropriate should then be put in front of the council as a proclamation. And so I would recommend that we delete that.
Councilmember Adams.
I agree.
Councilmember Duce.
Absolutely, and based on experience, I completely agree.
Councilmember Stafford.
I agree.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Linares.
I agree also. Thank you.
I do agree as well. Let's keep the divisiveness out of public.
Yeah. Okay. The next one is the council now has a adopted policy on naming buildings. So unless there's any objections, I'm just going to show you in the next draft that we've revised this language to about dedicating building facilities to your policy.
Councilmember Adams.
I'm agreeing with the city manager coming back with his updated language. Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Councilmember Duduche.
Agreed. I'd like to wait to see the language on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford.
I agree.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Linares.
I agree. You can call me council member. That's totally fine.
No. We have to follow the protocol. So you are the vice mayor, and with due respect, I have to follow the protocols. That's what we should be doing. And also, I agree, and I'm waiting for the new language that the city manager will present to us.
Okay. The next one, item C, it did kind of come up earlier where council members talking about a sort of a corollary to this. This one in particular talks about community activities and just says, that acting or participating on behalf of the city council is limited to those instances when the council has formally designated a council member as its representative for the matter. So pretty strict. And I know that council members do go to community group meetings and activities. And so this is really very strict, saying, you're just an interested, you're like a resident, rather than, coming on behalf of the council. And so you should think about, is this something everybody's agreeing to? And then also, so that's sort of part one. And this is community activities sort of, you could extend this to the broader community, like outside of Rohnert Park, doing something with other council members from other cities or something like that, using the city logo. Well, if the council doesn't have a position on something, then a council member should not be using city logo for outside, functions that the council has not said, that's our position and that's how we want to be represented. It doesn't say that, but it's sort of implied in here. And I think we could benefit for some clarity, and maybe we add something about using the city logo for events or videos or different things. You should talk about it, I think.
All right, Councilmember Adam.
On this one, I think, again, we all get invited to different things and get invited to participate in different events and activities. And I think that whenever we use the city logo and we're talking outside the city limits, I think that should come through the city council before we do that. I'm not sure how to put that in, how to articulate that, but I think we need to just take care, the things that are produced and sent around probably should come through the city has a communications team. And I think we should avail ourselves of that and maybe kind of tighten that down a little bit. And I'm not sure how to do that, but that's sort of the direction I'm feeling we should go.
Thank you. Councilmember Duduche.
I agree 100%. And I think we should definitely get some, not strong language, but we should definitely get some clarity on that. And that definitely should be a council decision and not an individual council member. And we shouldn't be using city logos or misrepresenting the city. And I mean, I attend numerous meetings with other council member, I mean, all the time. And I think that would be inappropriate behavior.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford?
Yes, I agree. I think we all have the right to speak as individuals, but I can't speak for the council when the council hasn't agreed to what I'm saying. So I think we do need to make this very clear. And using the city logo, I just don't think you should do that when you're doing something that's for you personally.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Linares.
Yeah, thank you. I just maybe for clarity from the council, because we do a lot of things and I'm sort of guilty of it, admittedly, where there was a community benefit. And for example, recently there was a video on getting vaccinated, right? And it was Sonoma County cities. And, you know, in that particular case, there was no controversy around it. But I definitely understand how if one council member is like, hey, I don't believe in that, I could see where that could have been inappropriate. But I think for clarity, could we use our name and title and is the logo what we're really talking about here?
Darren?
Well, and I think just because you use that example, you know, in my mind, that goes directly to the council's adopted strategic priorities, which is our response to COVID, right? And so that is sort of consistent with the council, which is like, hey, we got to respond to COVID, you know. So, but you're right. Having a clarity for well, I'll just say, trying to think about every possible permutation and situation in advance, you know, and what's allowed is really hard. It's really hard. So, but and the council should talk about it. Maybe it is. Well, you know, you can say council member, mayor, vice mayor of Rohnert Park, but putting your logo in a video, that seems to take it to a different level. I don't know. I'm glad you did put it to the rest of the council on sort of what's their temperature check on that.
Yeah, and I appreciate you actually pointing out that it's one of our listed on the agenda items, so I don't feel that bad. But I definitely can, you know, I would be upset if my position was someone gave my position on something that I didn't feel that I was asked or really had an input in. So perhaps if it does align with our strategic goals, it's appropriate to use the logo. But if not, you know, if it's some sort of measure or something, we obviously cannot use the logo. That's where I'm at.
Thank you so much. So I myself, I agree with the concern, the vice mayor concern here, because we were in the same boat, if I can say. We did that, but it was that I personally didn't think of that, the logo being used or anything like that. But if we can have like a clarity to a language that would clarify for the future, that would be great too, because I think misusing the city logo is a big issue. So I don't know if my colleague will agree that we ask Darren to keep this, but to make it more explicit of where, when, and how. Does that make sense? Yes, Councilmember Stafford. Can hear you.
I don't want to jump in front of anybody. Are you? I don't mean to interrupt you either.
No, you're not interrupting.
Okay. I think that what Vice Mayor Linares did was totally fine. He spoke for himself. He used his title. And I think if we're going to have some kind of a question of, is this going along with our priorities or whatever, maybe run it by the city manager and say, do you think this is an appropriate time that we could use the logo, or this particular person could use the logo? Because I might say, oh yeah, this lines with our priorities, but maybe it doesn't really, but it fits me at the moment. So maybe if we add, run it by the city manager, if we want to use a city logo, to see if it is appropriate.
I will agree with that, because then we won't have to come to the council and have a whole discussion about it. That gives more flexibility, and I would have to agree with that, to run it through the city manager for double checking, if I can say that. Does that make sense, Darren?
Well, I think you need a couple other council members to agree with you, or at least one other one.
Well, I am agreeing with Councilmember Stafford.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's two.
So do we have a third person agreeing with, when it comes to things about the use of the city logo? We keep what is here, but adding what Councilmember Stafford said, instead of coming back to the whole council, we double check with the city manager. Do I have a third person agreeing with that?
Excuse me, Mayor. I believe Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams has her hand raised. I'm sorry.
I can't see her. I mean, I can't see everybody on my screen.
Oh, hi. May I speak?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say to Vice Mayor Linares, when he's talking about, I was guilty of this. Nobody's going to take you to task for being enthusiastic and excited to go out there and say, hey, we all need to get vaccinated. And all of us here, we all agree on that. And we're from all of these cities. I see nothing wrong with your intent and your heart and your passion and all that other. The problem is when there are going to be people on the council who, may be thinking differently, and we kind of want to have some kind of a structure there. I totally agree. I'll be your third, that we maybe run it by the city manager. And, before the other thing too is, maybe have our city communications people help you with those things, because the one that you did, that you had help from our communications team by yourself, that was excellent, right? Beautiful, nicely done. And I think that's the other thing that I think we ought to be striving for as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I agree as well, Mayor.
Thank you. Darren, is that clear for you? Thank you.
Yep, thank you. We'll come back with something on that. Thank you. Let's see here. Okay, so I have a suggestion here that under correspondence that, the mayor and perhaps, if the mayor's not there, the mayor pro tem would be able to send like a thank you letter. For example, I'll give you an example. Congressman comes here, gives us a $9 million check. It'd be nice to send a little thank you letter from the city, right? And I think we should be able to do that. And so I think we should add language here about sending thank you letters to our elected representatives or the school district and SSU. So that's my suggestion. Change.
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Duduche?
100%, and it really helps cultivate the relationship, and they so appreciate it.
Councilmember Stafford?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Linares?
Yes.
And it's a yes for me too.
Okay, when you do get correspondence and, it says receiving mail, but I think it's, inclusive of email. It says that if you want something done about it, such as requesting a response from staff, council members submit the request to the city manager. I'm fine with that. I also think it might be more efficient, if you submit it to me and the staff person that you think is responsible, that's okay. Like you send stuff to Lou and, copy me. I think it's okay. And I think we can write this to say, maybe council will not send things to staff without copying the city manager, maybe is how we handle it. Because it is, a lot of times staff is even more available than me, you know, if I'm in meetings or something, and they can get right on it. If it's a tree limb down or something like that, I think, you know, we should be able to, you know, be efficient, right? And just keep me informed. And so I think this is more restrictive than it needs to be, at least with the current council. So that's my 2 cents on it. Rewrite it to say you can submit it to staff, but you have to copy the manager.
Councilmember Adams?
Oh, you've really loosened up here, Darren. You feel like you're letting your hair down, getting wild here. I totally support this change, and I don't know if you know it, but your cats are putting on a nice little display behind you there.
Well, he wants to be in the lap, and that's not possible right now. So he's getting a little agitated.
Anyway, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Duduche?
We'll call this the Gerard protocol, and I appreciate Darren's flexibility last year, and I've been very good about it. I've tried to be very good about it, and I appreciate your flexibility, Darren.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford?
Yes, I agree. And I don't, what's that new background, city manager? You have a new background today.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Linares?
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's nice to point out that I actually really appreciate the support that we do get from city staff and the city manager when things come up. But the knowledge and the history of certain things really helps when engaging with constituents.
Thank you. And I agree as well. I have the habit to always do that. When I get something, I always copy the person that the email should go to and the city manager. I mean, it's been in my habit anyways. So I think I agree with this one as well.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Oh, okay. So this is getting at personal correspondence. It sort of just says council members write their own correspondence, right? And so we do have this issue of a case, and it's not a lot, you know, it's every once in a while where a council member says, hey, give me some text to paste into this email. And it just feels inconsistent with the protocols. If that's what the council wants us to do, we will absolutely do it. But I know some of you feel, you know, they're very self-sufficient, right? And you're doing your own emails and you don't know that other council members are asking you to ghostwrite email, you know, so we should just get it clear on how you want us to support you. And it's perfectly fine to say, you know, can you respond to this? And we will do it, right? And then you'll have the official sort of city position from the professional staff. So.
And Councilmember Adam?
I think calling the city manager and saying, hey, I got this email from a constituent, and frankly, I don't even know where to start. Can you give me some ideas about a direction I can go for my response? And the city manager would give me ideas about, hey, have you thought of this or have you thought of that? Because he surely has a perspective different than mine and with a lot more years of experience in some of these things. And I think that's okay. And I also think it's okay to say, hey, I got this from a constituent. Can you please answer it and copy me back? I think that's okay too. But having the city manager write it and then put my name on it, I'm not sure I feel comfortable with that. So that's kind of where I am. Does that make sense? Okay.
Councilmember Duduche?
Thank you, Mayor. I've worked this a lot of different ways. Sometimes I've asked for help. Sometimes I've done it on my own. I think it's important that the council members maintain that direct relationship with the constituents. So I think it's important that they respond. So having it ghost written, I don't think works for me. However, asking for help and asking for talking points, I do it quite frequently. Just to making sure that I've got my facts straight, and then also wanting to understand. A lot of times we all get emails from constituents, and we want to understand the entire story, right? What is the history on this? What has transpired? And so that's typically when I'll reach out and I'll ask for help. Just making sure that that I have my facts straight, and so I think working collaboratively with the city and with the city manager's office, excuse me, I'm very comfortable with. So I hope that's enough direction. But I think having that personal touch with the constituent, I think, is really important as well for us as council members.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford.
Thank you. I think that the city should not be ghostwriting emails for us. I think that as Councilmember Adams suggested, we can call and get suggestions that if we don't have all the answers to what we want to respond, or we can ask and have it sent to the correct person to respond to it, who might have more answers than I have, or even understanding. But I don't think that we should send it to them and ask them to write it and put our names on it. I think if we're going to send it, we have to have some skin in the game.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Linares.
Yeah, thank you. I think this one sort of goes along with the other one we just talked about, because often there is two sides to the story. And so staff is able to provide a little bit of background, but not write the emails per se.
Thank you. For me, I might have a different view. I feel like, yes, council members need to be hands-on with their constituent, but there are some emails and some questions that constituent might ask that we might not have the answer and staff have the answer. For example, when it comes to homeless situation, well, there are some information maybe Jenna might have that we don't have. And for me, I think it's okay to have a one-on-one communication with our constituent, but in situation where you don't have the answer, I don't think we should try to explain it. It is better to have the expert, those that are out there explaining or reply to that email whilst BCCing you. And I think the constituent will see that you didn't have the proper answer and you got to the city staff and the city staff answered. I don't know if that makes sense with that protocol, but I don't know what the right answer is for that one. I think for me, I feel that if you don't have an answer, don't try to fabricate or to try to write so that your constituents see that you're writing something. But it's better to have the answer from the source, because staff goes out there and we trust them with the work that they do. I answer or communicate with the constituent based on the capacity that I have. And when it's become complex, I think it is appropriate to reach out to staff and say, hey, staff, I cannot respond to this. Can you reply to this particular question? Yes, Vice Mayor.
I think we're actually all in agreement here that in a way, for example, from your example, it's say, hi, constituent, CCing our city staff to give you a better understanding of the situation with X, Y, and Z. I think I don't know if that's saying, hey, ghostwrite this. It's just saying, hey, I'm going to connect you to the person who is an expert in this area. And there's no, hey, go and write this for me, and I'm going to put it into my email and email you back. It cuts away that middle person. So I think what you're saying is, hey, we do need to get to the source, but hey, let me just connect you to the source.
Right. So on that one, I don't know how to give you a direction. Darren, did you?
I'm just trying to synthesize this, and I think it does. I think somebody did mention, well, it goes back to the other one that says, if you want a response to something, you send it to staff and they respond, right? If you're requesting a response from staff, then you submit it to the, city manager and the staff person, right? That's what the protocol says. And I think that's fine. And I think, like some of you have mentioned, hey, part of handling is, I got your message and I forwarded it to the experts and if they don't follow up in a few days, I'll check with them. I think that, that is a manner of getting back to the residents. And I think, and I don't know why I'm hung up on this, but even a council member saying, hey, staff, hey, what's going on with this, right? And us emailing them back, well, here's what's going on. I'm fine with that. It's just, I don't know what, but it's like, sort of like, hey, give me some talking points to, I don't know. It's just, it seems different to me and I don't know why, but just, maybe I need to get over it.
Well, I do agree that seems different. It is different to ask someone to give you talking point than what, for me, what I'm saying. So I do agree that if we want to keep that one-on-one communication with our constituent, well, don't ask staff to write the email for you, right? And I think that's you may.
It's kind of like the congressman, you ask him for something, he's not writing you an email back. He's referring you to a staff person, to follow up. I mean, that's how another elected official handles it, at least.
So.
And it seems like a majority of you are kind of, refer it to staff to respond or do your own response. Is what I'm sensing, maybe with one exception.
Okay. Is that a good enough direction for that one? It's clear enough or not? I just want to make sure that we are.
Well, we'll be bringing this back.
Okay.
So, this next one says a council member may suggest that the city take a position on a proposed state or federal legislation at a council meeting, and we'll have to delete that because that's really not, as far as I know, consistent with the Brown Act. So, next one is, we have a listing here of council notification of significant events. And the number one is major injury or death of a city employee or employee's immediate family member. And the question is, do you want to extend that beyond employee to, I think at a minimum, you should probably include council, right? And then what about commissioners and other appointees?
Councilmember Adams?
This is a great question. I think what we're looking for here is, do we want to know so that we can be sensitive when a member of the city council or city employee or a commissioner is grieving the loss of a loved one? So whether it's an immediate family member, a parent, a brother, or a sister, are they going through a grieving process that we may want to acknowledge and send a sympathy card or be more sensitive when we see them? That is, I think, is at the heart of this question. Not, we do it for this person and that immediate family member. I mean, surely we do, but and some of us are more private than others, and we may not want everybody to know that we're suffering through this grief right now. But I think for instance, if a member of my family died, not necessarily my parents or anyone in my immediate family, I think the appropriate thing would be to call me and say, Susan, how would you like us to share this information? Or would you like not to have this information shared? So I think the sensitivity around bereavement issues, I think, is an important one to talk about. And I think we go back to, some of these things are pretty clear, but this one, I think we check with the employee or the council member to say, how would you like us to let people know about this, or would you not? And that's about as clear as mud, but I think it's a direction to start in.
Councilmember Adams, I need to remind you that this is the council, to notify council, not everybody. It's for the council to be notified.
Right. So in other words, if a police officer's brother dies, right, or an immediate family member dies, then yes, you're going to notify me. What you're asking for is not just if the employee dies, if a member of the immediate family dies, right? In that case, I think we go to the employee and we say, can we share this information with the council, right? Same thing with my remarks stand.
Okay.
I think the idea behind this is to be sensitive around, bereavement issues. I mean, we are all of us have things going on in our lives that the rest of us don't know about. And this is one of those things that's pretty stark. Somebody's suffered a traumatic experience in their family, and how do we want that shared? How does that person want that shared? But thank you for the reminder. That was good. Good to follow that up.
Thank you. Councilmember Zujuche.
Yeah, and this happened several times when I was the mayor, and I tried to be sensitive and discreet, and my heart tells me that we're a big Rohnert Park family, and so I think it is important that we acknowledge in some way, but I think it should come through the permission of the people that are affected, because different cultures have different traditions, and we have to be respectful of that. I don't know how to articulate that in a protocol. I handled a few of them a little bit differently, but with the eye on being sensitive and speaking to Darren about it, and et cetera. If you directly know the individual, obviously that is a different situation. If you have another relationship with that constituent whose, significant other has passed or something has happened, then I think that's a different story. But I think using discretion and being sensitive and kind of working it through the city to make sure that, that it's going to be received with the intention that it was sent, I think is important. And I know that's as clear as mud, as Susan would say. But I just think we should handle it very sensitively. So maybe working, having the council know about it, I think is important. So that answers the first part of that question. But how we respond to it, I think is, we need to use sensitivity, and we have to be very, very careful. So I hope that's enough.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford.
Yeah, I think the question here is, should the council be notified? And you're supposed to asking about adding in council members and commissioners. Yes, the council should be notified when you're talking about council members and commissioners. And you already have the city employees, the employees' immediate family. Absolutely, council members and commissioners should be included in this.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Leonardis.
You beat me to it again. I was going to say the same. And if, I don't want to get hung up on what it is. In those times, it could be a card. It doesn't have to be a $80 bouquet of flowers. It could just be a little something that says, hey, we're thinking of you.
Thank you. And I agree with Councilmember Stafford and Vice Mayor. I think the city council should be notified. And I would just add one thing. Some people, it depends of cultures, yes, and respect and sensitivity. But when you are in pain, you always want to know that the people that you work with know and feel your pain. I would just suggest that the city to send the flowers in with the city logo. No need to be going crazy about anything. But when you are hurt and you are in pain, it doesn't matter where you're from. When you see a bouquet of flower, with a note saying that we are with you, we're thinking of you, we are together. It's just, it's not I mean, it should be something that in the name of the city, this is what comes. It doesn't have to be individual city council members. I think we should do as a group. Okay, we were notified, and as a city, we are sending you these flowers in the name of, the your colleague or the city or things like that. I think that's how I feel about it, and I understand what Council Member Adams was saying. But if we're gonna be sensitive about different cultures, I think we should come with something generic that will just go to everybody the same way and channel that way. And not have individual to send cards, but when something happened, the city, okay, we know what to do. We send a card in the name of the city, and voila. I don't know if that makes sense to my colleague and Darren. Is that yes, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, can we leave it to city staff to decide what the actual thing will be, based on budget, we don't have to get hung up on that, but I think we've come into agreement that we should be notified. It should include council members, commissioners, and that we should send a little something.
Yes. Perfect. Darren?
Well, I two things. One, I think we got clarity on adding commissioners and council members. So thank you. I think that issue is closed. I think what to send in the situation of bereavement, the mayor suggested that it be from the city, not signed by council members, and that it be flowers. I also heard a card from the vice mayor. Do other council members want to weigh in on what this is in addition to notifying you? What does the city do in these instances in terms of sending something?
Councilmember Adam, you want to?
What does the city do in terms of sending something? Well, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here, but in the not too distant past, one of our public safety officers' immediate family members passed away unexpectedly. And I learned about it, and he's sort of my neighbor, and so I knocked on his door and brought him some flowers. He was overcome with the gratitude, I think, that the mayor is talking about, just to have somebody stop by and acknowledge that he was suffering this. I think he would have been just as happy if I'd have stopped by and given him a card and just acknowledged his grief that he was going through. So I'm not sure that we want to, I mean, there's nothing keeping all of us from doing that if we want to take someone flowers or send them a card from ourselves. I think that's always appropriate if we feel prompted to do that. I think we get on a slippery slope when we have the city manager doing that, or necessarily putting the burden to him to decide, well, why did you send him flowers and you didn't send her flowers? And that's that'd be sort of awkward for him, I think. So I'm not sure. I guess I'd have to see what the city manager is comfortable with.
Okay. Councilmember Duduche?
I don't have any further comments, but it seems to me that a little while ago, we said that the mayor was the spokesperson, so maybe that's the trigger where, the mayor and the city manager work out what the appropriate, response is. We keep that consistent. I think it's important that we recognize, the grieving, and I think it's appropriate that, the mayor signs the card on behalf of the city council, and because you're the mayor is the head of the, of communication. So I'm fine with that. And I think that gives us, an opportunity to test that protocol out and see how it works.
Thank you. Councilmember Stafford?
It seems that in the past, the city has sent flowers to people when somebody in their families has died. For me personally, it was very touching to have all council members sign a card. That meant a lot. And the city also did send me food, which I thought was really helpful. So I don't know. I think the city manager is looking for some clarification here, but and I don't want to put it on the burden of whoever the mayor is to have to figure these things out. So I think we need to be more clear about what we do, and I think that generally flowers are appreciated, and that would be something that we could do. And whenever possible, if the council could sign a card, I think that would be appropriate too.
Great. Thank you. Vice Mayor Linares?
I was worried about this item. We were going to be deciding if we're going to add a teddy bear or, the polar bear, I didn't want it to go down that path. I think I'm trying, I thank you for sharing that, Councilwoman Stafford. I do think flowers and a card are appropriate. And if we're able to do so and sign it, it goes a long way to creating community. And so I think we have 3 for flowers, just saying.
And that will be the 4th one for the flowers and card. And I agree that like Council Member Stafford said, the card signed by all council members, it's also a good thing. And I think that we should definitely as a city do that. It means a lot to people, and I think it brings that community vibe and feeling that they are there, even though we're not there. And that will avoid too to have individuals to go. Talking of culture, some people want space. We have a card signed by all of us, to be presented to the family. Does it give you clarity?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. So when we have council subcommittees with 2 council members on the committee, this says that we will make the agenda with input from each council member. I think typically, staff puts together the agenda and just sends it out to the subcommittee. So, I think we can loosen this up a little bit, but it's up to you all, really.
Councilmember Adam.
When I was on the homeless ad hoc committee year before last, the staff made an effort to reach out and say, hey, here's what the agenda looks like. Is there anything you want to add to it? So I think that's probably a good approach. Where you prepare the agenda and, send out what you think needs to be discussed, and somebody wants to add to it, then that's, give them plenty of time to do that. Or, the other thing that happened too was towards the end of the meeting, we'd say, here's what we're going to meet the next time, and here's the kind of things we want to talk about, and things were added to the next meeting's agenda then. So either one of those is comfortable for me.
Let me, if I can I interrupt, Mayor? Sorry.
Yes, please.
Thinking this through, I guess, when the council's admin assistant is polling the council members for a meeting date, I suppose they could ask, do you have anything you want on the agenda, right? So maybe this is fine the way it is. That's not, we'll just change what we're doing to match it. So.
Councilmember Duce.
I agree with the city manager, Mayor.
Councilmember Stafford.
Yeah, I think that would be pretty easy to do, and not to jump ahead, but I don't think anything written needs to be done after committee meetings. Everything's been done verbally, so I don't even know that was in the protocols.
Vice Mayor Linares.
Yeah, I agree as well.
So do I. I do agree that we shouldn't be. I agree with city manager.
Okay. And then the next one, Councilmember Stafford alluded to, it says that committee findings and recommendations should be presented to the council in a written document. I don't think we need that sentence, I guess.
No, I think we all agree that we shouldn't.
Okay. Oops. Boards and commissions attendance, and maybe we should just suggest some changes here in terms of how we handle this. We have had problems, I think, with in the past, some planning commissioners missing a lot of council meetings or commission meetings and creating quorum issues, and but it's not. I don't know. Maybe just let us take this and suggest something back to the council. That's it. I appreciate your patience. I knew it was going to be long and painful, and it was even longer and more painful than we thought. So.
Please do add that to the top of the list of accomplishments in 2022.
It wasn't that painful.
Well,
Thanks.
now we can say we did it, we finish it, and what will come back will be less painful and long.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for just going through this and working together here. So with that said, we are going to move to item 7G.
Excuse me, Mayor. I just wanted to say for the record that there's no public comments for this item because I forgot if you already called that out. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
We did.
We didn't. Yeah. So we're going to move to 7G, establishment of appointment to city council subcommittees, liaison assignment, and outside agency appointment for the year 2022. Staff report, we're going to Darren.
Yeah, I think Sylvia presenting this one. Maybe not.
Yeah, just 1 second. Just getting ready here. Thank you. And it's going to be just a really short presentation. As you know, with the new mayor in the new year, we bring this item to you to confirm the nominations that the mayor has made for the committee liaison assignments for 2022. And actually, I'm going to share my screen so you can see the list that the mayor has reviewed and approved, and you'll be happy to see that there isn't a lot of changes actually. So. And I'm hopeful that you can see that. Would you like me to make it bigger, or are you able to see it a little bit bigger?
Yeah, we don't need the column on the, well, yeah, okay. That looks better.
Okay. Okay, the standing committees will remain the same with the exception of the Education Committee. Mayor Elwer will be now the primary, and Councilmember Judy Che will be the alternate. All the liaison assignments remain the same. The outside agency appointments remain the same as well. And just as a reminder, for this particular one is the one that the council needs to make a motion just to confirm that they're okay with this appointments remaining. The other appointments remain the same. There's terms that had yet to expire. And the mayor and council members and city selection committee appointments remain the same. However, the two appointments for the Sonoma County Mayors and Council Members Associations. It can only be by the mayor, the ones that attend these meetings. So that's the only change that we had made. And with that, we also have a letter that she is proposing for, in her absence, that the vice mayor will be the one. Actually, I'm just thinking about a different item. I apologize. Okay. So these are the 2022 liaison assignments and committee and outside agency appointments for this year. If you are okay with them, we can move with the motion to accept them. Otherwise, you are welcome to deliberate and make any comments. If you'd like to change that, just bring it up to the mayor for determination.
I'd like to move that we accept them.
Well, actually, Madam Mayor, maybe we should have public comment at this point before council comments or deliberates.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of doing. Sylvia, let's hear if there is any public comment on this subject.
Yes, let me just check the list, and I don't see anyone raising their hands to make any public comments on this item.
All right, thank you. Then we can move into the roll call, please.
Okay, Councilmember.
Oh wait, we have a motion on the floor, but I need a second.
I will second the motion.
Okay. And we have Councilmember Giudice.
Aye.
Councilmember Hollingsworth Adams.
Yes.
Councilmember Stafford.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Linares.
Yes.
Mayor Elward.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes by 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're gonna pass to our foundation regular items, and this will be announcement recognition of new chair and vice chair of board of directors.
And I believe that will be me as well. And this item is really brief. It is just to announce that the new year recognize that the new mayor will be now the chair of the City of Rohnert Park Foundation, and the vice mayor will be the vice chair for the City of Rohnert Park Foundation, and the council members remain the directors. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you. There's no roll call. It's just the announcement.
Yes. It's a joint meeting, so the roll call that I did at the beginning counts for this one.
Thank you. And so now we're going to move to item 9, committee liaison and other report.
I apologize for interrupting, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the record that we don't have public comments for the foundation item either.
Thank you. So we're going to go to item 9A, standing committee report. Do we have any report on the standing committee? We have Chamber of Commerce.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So for the chamber, it's that time of year again of crab feed season, and their specialty is the hot crab. And that's taking place on Saturday, February 12th, in person from 5 to 9. And there's also a drive-through option from 4:30 and 5 p.m. pickup times. It's going to be held at our community center. And as all you know, it's served warm. And there's all kinds of fun stuff and desserts that can be added. You can check the website if you want more information. And then they have continued their option to pay your fee monthly. So options for any business owner, even during this time of COVID. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have the outside agency appointment report, Mayor and Council Members Association of Sonoma County Legislation Committee. So
yeah, so I think that was me since I was still the mayor at that time. And basically we covered it during the consent calendar and we approved John Moore to the Board of the Continuum of Care. And that will end that report. It was a very short meeting and that was really the only topic that was discussed, Mayor.
Thank you. And we have Sonoma Clean Power. That will be me. We had an update on the finance, we have the financial update. And also we were happy to learn that Sonoma Clean Power received an A on a credit rating. That is something that they've been working for years to receive. And it was really pleasant to see that we finally received that credit. And also we had an audit report on the financial statement from fiscal year ending June 30th, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. The document is available on the website if you want to go through. It's a really lengthy one, and it was really good. The findings was really good for Sonoma Clean Power. We also had a briefing on a program that provide the Sonoma Clean Power and sensitive through barren multifamily and building enhancement. And this is a program that is called Bombay. I hope I didn't butcher that. So it is a great program that Sonoma Clean Power have been trying to work with and bring here in Sonoma County. And then we continued with the updated on the empowerment talk that we had. Sonoma Clean Power has been working on focusing on equity and engaging with the community. So we had they divided the talk on multiple points because it was too long to do. And this time around, we talk about empowering the community. And then we had the 2021 annual report. Again, if you want to see more details about this report, you can go on the Sonoma Clean Power website where you will find all this information. So it was a fairly short meeting as well, but it was really nice to see everybody there, and everybody was so happy about Rohnert Park joining Evergreen. That's all that we're talking about. I didn't even have the chance to introduce that, so everybody was talking about it. So it was good to see that they were really happy, and it was the talk of the day. And that will be all for me. And we have other report. Do we have other report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do. I'd like to report out on the Golden Gate Bridge District, which took place on December the 17th. And basically, we have initiated some new ferry service routes, 5 trips daily from San Francisco to Angel Island. As you recall, we took over for the Blue and Gold Fleet. So we are starting to restore some ferry and some bus service incrementally as we can, show that the ridership is there. The losses are still substantial on a weekly basis. The week of the 17th, we lost $800,000. Our $49 million in our second round of CARES funding is still held up by the Department of Labor because of a conflict between the Department of Labor and PERBA. We hope to get that resolved shortly. Finally, we are just finalizing the work plan for the safety net that's being installed on the Golden Gate Bridge to prevent suicides. And I'll keep the report brief. And thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're gonna go for the matter from and for council. And this is if any member of the city council may place an item matter from for council before the city council meeting by providing the city manager with the title of the item before the agenda is published. The purpose of the city council discussion on such item will be to determine whether it will be placed on the subsequent agenda for deliberation and action. A concurrence of 2 council members would be sufficient to add the item on a sequential agenda. In accordance with the Brown Act at the city council meeting, council member may not add item that word is hard for me to pronounce. Forgive me for the butchering of this. It's a herder, except for brief report on his on her own activity or brief announcement regarding an event of community interest. So we have two items here. We have town hall meeting, and that will be Darren.
Well, so this is just for you to say, what do you mean by town hall meetings and whether anybody else wants to put it on a future agenda?
So I was thinking of having some town hall meetings to have it's kind of community engagement, because we know that in the past we have had miscommunication between what the council has been doing with what the constituent have been hearing. So I was thinking of putting together one or two town hall meetings in order to really bring our constituent to understand what is going on when it comes to homeless situation, when it comes to well, now we're talking about redistricting, when it comes about anything that can be really divisive, for them to come and ask questions and understand what is happening in the city. So I was wondering if I'm gonna have a support from you guys.
You have my support on that, Mayor.
All right, we'll put it on a future agenda for the council to discuss town hall meetings.
Thank you. And so we have the second item, which is new gas station ban.
Thank you, Mayor. That's my item, and I appreciate consideration. Basically, this fits in with our climate change resiliency plan. It's part of the climate emergency that we signed, and the thought here is to take the lead from Petaluma and other jurisdictions that are actually banning new gasoline stations and gasoline infrastructure. We're not talking about existing gasoline stations. There are plenty of opportunities to fill your tank here in Rohnert Park. I don't think we should be recreating new ones. I think the emphasis should be on creating EV charging stations and really, doing that segue from, from fossil fuels to electricity. And I'm hoping that one other council member would like to discuss that as well.
I will be the second on that.
All right,
Thank you,
put
Vice
it on
Mayor.
future agenda. Thanks.
And I will, I was wondering if that item can put in the next meeting, so that it is very important, and we should prioritize that ban before anybody tried to, because we know that the city of Petaluma and Santa Rosa right now, they all ban it, and we know that we have become the El Dorado of future possible stations. So it will be important to put it as a priority for.
Since we can't have council deliberation or any more discussion on this, I will just say that I am planning on preparing an item to bring back to the council on January 25th. Staff
Thank you.
is working on it already.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Attorney. So now next we're gonna go to the public comment. Sylvia, do we have any public comment at this time?
Yeah, I don't see anybody raising their hands, and it looks like everyone who's attending are either staff members or Miss Tina Rogers. So no comments.
So, Madam Attorney, I forgot an item that I was supposed to bring it on matter from council, and I forgot to mention the item. It's about allowing further council members to be able to put the union logo and the card, and I don't know how to put that item.
So I think the city manager has now gotten information, a request from you to put it on the next agenda for matters from council.
Thank you.
It'll be discussed then.
All right. So that being said, we are done for tonight. You've done well. Thank you so much for spending your whole night with us. Until next time, the meeting is adjourned.
Congratulations, Mayor. Great meeting.
Bye.
Bye.